On both of them.
Oh, I thought you were
hit the button.
I thought you said you were going to monitor one, so I hit this button here. Okay. So can you tilt this one up a little bit? Because all you see is top of my head. Turn on microphone access. Yes, of course. Okay, so now create a room. Is there something I need to do here? So let's create a room. I think people are jumping in. What is it saying? Hang out, Jeremy. But hey, what other join? Okay, so it says create a room next. How does that work? And over here, this is going to be chaotic. There's 16 people in. Hello. Graves, Evan, Mike, everybody, Rich. Oh, this is going to be Scott the Legend himself. Every time I hear Legend, or see Legend, I just think old. And I'm on two different. Thank you, Jay Kane. I'm going to be going back and forth between. In fact, I'm going to move this over here so it's a little bit less going back and forth. And we're going to be signing discs. Let's see. One other person joined. We're doing an experiment today, everybody. We're going to do Instagram and then Facebook and YouTube at the exact same time. And it may or may not work. And if it doesn't work, next time we'll just do them separately. Because I can do YouTube and Facebook on one phone, Instagram on the other. But I'm just going to go. It's going to go back and forth the best I can. So it looks like we got 4,700 people in the room, 4,900, 5,300. It says 53, but I assume it means 100. And over here, we got 3,300 people on Instagram. Again, it says 33, but it must mean 100. All right, how big is your disc pile? The disc pile is, I'm being groomed live on. I'm being groomed live. Do you want to get the thing and get my ear hair?
Yeah.
my old man ear hair.
I'll be right back.
It means thousands. That's right. 33, not hundreds, thousands. Left hand and right hand at the same time for efficiency. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. No, we got a whole ton of orders that have come in. We're going to be signing. If you order on, hold on a second, you guys. Oh, Adriana? Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, and if you guys are chatting, swing the door shut.
Oh, okay.
It's just because it's going to be everything echoes in here. It's loud. The what's in the caster boxes? Stalls and loots and bergs, but not loots yet because you guys don't know about those. That's top secret. So don't tell anybody about the signature series loots. So we're going to be. I got a ton of orders that have come in. If you go to scottstokely.net, you can order. Make sure you select to add signature disc. If you already ordered and didn't select add signature series or signature session as an item, then I won't be signing your disc because I won't know that I'm supposed to sign it. Message me on Facebook or Instagram and tell me that you placed an order and didn't do that, and I'll make sure it gets signed for you. But Disc Golf Banks of America. Oh, yeah. So I'm already... What gateway do we have behind you? There's gateway behind me? I wasn't aware of that. Why ever would there be a gateway box behind me? It's almost as if there's some Gateway Tour Series discs coming out really soon. It's almost as if I set them there as a teaser. But it's also possible that I didn't notice it, that it doesn't even say Gateway, and you guys are just, it's the camera angle and the lighting is making it seem that way. All right, how's the putting going? The putting is going great. Gateway is dope, by the way. Dave McCormick is one of the best humans in our sport. The putting is going fantastic. I'm testing 8 different discs out with 4 different putting styles. It was going to be 3, now it's 4. And I'm just gathering numbers, and I'm going to be posting the numbers soon. And my original putting style wasn't bad. It's not like it's getting dominated when I'm making the changes, but I am getting better numbers with a different putt. And that's a different putt that's brand new as opposed to the one I've been doing for 20 years. And I'll make a video about why I think that's happening. But the short of it is that when it comes to putting form, you have to putt in a way that your body wants to move. You have your wrist, your elbow, your shoulder, your hips, your ankles, like your body moves a certain way, and you need to move fluidly for your own body. And I think it's possible, no way to quantify this, but I think it's possible that as I'm getting older, my body is moving not identically to how it did 20 years ago. It's not unreasonable to think that could happen. And if so, I might not be putting the right form, but I've never reevaluated it because that's my putting form. Then on top of it, I am playing with arm fatigue every tournament because these courses are extremely long. They're like not like they're no joke long. I'm fatigued and I'm tired when I play. So between those two things, we're gonna see if we can reinvent the putt and make some. How's the body feeling between tournaments? All right, we got the first signatures coming through. How's the body between tournaments? It's fantastic. I'm completely strong. Let's see. We'll start with. By the way, you can order on the ScottStokely.net discs or books. If those orders come in, I guess at any point today, then we'll sign them and get them out. So why don't I come over here? I'll start signing discs first. These are pulled orders. This is the start of it. And let's see. I guess I'll be plugging this as I go because I got, well, the Bergs are coming up first. But these are in order based on, based on orders coming in. So, and I just realized something. While I'm doing this, I'm not going to be reading your text. So maybe you can do this again after all the tour discs are out. Create some kinds of bundles. I think absolutely. So by the way, this is what the signatures are going to look like on the tour discs. And I will just start signing. So I guess this is a new idea to me, the idea of doing this live. So I'm already going to apologize. I can't read while I'm signing because if I'm looking at this, the signature is going to be terrible. That's not really fair to the person that ordered it. So I'm going to just ignore all of you. But I will keep talking because there's one thing about me. I love to talk to hear myself. Just ask every past partner I've ever had. Apparently that's something about me. So you're not allowed to agree because you're a current partner. So that doesn't count. But past partners will tell you that I like the sound of my own voice. Oh, and by the way, if anyone wants to know how many orders have come in for me to sign, there's multiple answers and they're all true. If you are one of those people that just likes to follow the masses and likes to be trendy and just do what everyone else is doing, then I've gotten thousands of orders to be signed. If, however, you are a collector who cherishes rare items, then I've only gotten 3 orders. I'm going to fit the narrative. This is the marketing side of me. I'm going to fit everything to the narrative of how I can get y'all to order because being on tour is expensive. And I'm not opposed to making some money. In fact, one of my philosophies in business and life is that I get to do tons of stuff for free. Like all my special needs work and the Blue Power work, I'm never going to charge for that. That's why I don't take donations. Like I like to give that stuff away. I like to donate my prize money. I like to donate my time. I like to give that away for free. I also am committed to everybody being better at disc golf, which is why all of my YouTube content is free. But in order to do the free stuff, I got to make money somewhere on the other side. And my Tour Series discs and my teaching are the 2 ways that I make money. I make a couple other things. I got book sales and I got patrons, things like that. But this is the major part of it. So if you like the free content on YouTube and you want to support that, you can join Patreon, but you can also just buy stuff. I mean, they're great discs. I mean, I pick them because they're awesome. Got more books coming through. Awesome. This is too cool. This is so much fun. In fact, you know what I should do? Like, don't tell any of the people watching, but just start sending me tons of stuff and it'll make me look so popular. And I'll be like, oh my God, 8,000 people wanted my signature, but just keep it. You did hit mute, right? Oh, shoot.
Oh, maybe on that one.
Oh, God, you didn't hear that. No, actually, I have been getting quite a few orders, and I'm very appreciative of all of them. This whole tour has been just about the coolest thing I've ever done in disc golf, as far as stuff for me. Like, I think Blue Power's cooler, big picture in the world, for sure. Nothing will ever compare in my disc golf playing career to going out on tour for the first time. Like, I want to feel like being on the tour this year is the greatest thing I've done in disc golf competitively. But that's just me forgetting 1993 when I toured for the first time, and nothing compares to that. The idea that you could play Frisbee for a living in 1993, like, that was unheard of. And the idea that I didn't have to go do a job I hated because I could do this. But being out on tour is pretty damn close. Being on tour now, I mean. All right. And I said we would be debating. If anybody wants to debate with me on my Mount Rushmore of disc golf players, except I won't be able to see your debates. Well, actually, it's kind of cool that I won't be able to see what you're commenting, because what I said was, come to my live signing and tell me where I got it wrong. But how cool is it that I'm so busy, I won't be able to see anybody telling me I got it wrong. Therefore, I could believe that I got it right and everyone agrees with me. It's amazing.
Jeez, how you spend stuff.
Hey, you know, this is, let me tell y'all, if you're older or you plan on getting older someday, either one, I'm going to tell you the secret to being happy in old age. This has nothing to do with health. It has nothing to do with appreciating the little things. That's all like bumper sticker stuff. Here's the key to being happy when you get older. Figure out, and this is a learned skill, but figure out how to lie to yourself and then believe the lies you just told yourself. If you can do that, then you can spin your reality any way you want to and be happy at the results. Because the actual reality of getting old isn't necessarily as much fun as the reality that you can create. So I choose to live in a bit of a make-believe world if I need to, because it makes me happy. In fact, I'll tell you a funny story. I actually had an ex-partner who broke up with me, and she said, well, technically she didn't break up with me, we broke up, but she said to me during like the breakup, she goes, like, in anger, she says, "You have Peter Pan syndrome." And I think she meant it as an insult, but when she said that I had Peter Pan syndrome, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe in the middle of a breakup you're saying something so complimentary and sweet to me. Like, that's the nicest thing anybody ever said. I don't think she meant it that way, but I spun it that way. Someday I'm going to write a book about how to be happy when you're getting old.
Your philosophies.
Because
showing off those stamps.
It
that
works.
One was really cool.
Yeah, you know what? Let me show off some of these, because we got the Marvels. We got a whole bunch of Tour Series Marvels that came in with the red, white, and blue America stamp. Actually, a bunch of gray Marvels with silver stamps. Always, we got the birds. We got pink Marvels. And I have a black harp. If you're not throwing the harp, you're wrong. And don't do it because Ricky throws it. Do it because I throw it. The fact that Ricky throws it is, I mean, he only throws it because I do. Please don't tell him I said that. No, actually, we both throw the harp for the exact same reason, because it's amazing. It's a fantastic disc. And, you know, and by the way, just so you guys know, I will afterwards go through and read all the comments. So anything you have to say to me, I will sit down and read everything. I read everything. And in fact, one of the things you'll notice about me is that I try really hard to engage comments, messages. You know, as disc golf gets bigger and bigger and more people are following, it gets harder and harder to do it. But I'm like, in my mind, I never want to be like part of a sport where I can't connect to other humans. And every time like someone writes me, if you write me to tell me that you appreciate something I did, or how a video helped you, or how something in my book inspired you, like I notice, and that means something every time.
Okay, these have a process. So sign on
Yep.
the first page.
And then put it over the
And
top.
then put this on.
Yep. So with my disc golf book, which is pretty much like, I don't want to say it's better than Don Quixote or Of Mice and Men, but it's better than them. And I'm going to be signing them, but we have little things in here to make sure that the signature doesn't bleed through to the next page. And I think it's going to look a lot sharper that way. But if you haven't read my book, it's not just my autobiography. It's also a history of disc golf through my eyes, because I was there in 1976. I played my first round of disc golf on the world's first course when it was the only course in the entire world. In fact, a little bit of trivia, but there's a little patch of water about 150 miles off the coast of Madagascar. And when I played my first round of disc golf, had you been in a boat on that patch of water, you would have been 12,500 miles from the nearest disc golf course. And yes, I looked those things up to make sure I get my numbers right. Oops. And we're going to put these in here so it doesn't bleed through. I might need another Sharpie. Holy cow. I'm so happy with all the discs that are coming in. Let me see. Book spoilers. Let's see. Book spoilers. What can I spoil in the book? Well, like, I'm the main character and I don't want to say anything, but I die at the end. Did I just ruin the ending? There's nothing to be spoiled in the book. I'm so public about everything. There's no real secrets. But it's the history of disc golf. I mean, I was there for like so many important moments in the sport, but like, I share all about what the sport was like in the early days. It is nothing like it's like today. If you started playing in the last year, you have no idea. It was the Wild West back then. And basically, people were inventing the throws like as they went along. They were inventing the rules as they went along. Like, we borrowed a bunch of rules from ball golf, but not everything translates. Well, how do you know it translates? Well, you introduce a rule and you try it out and you see if it works, because a lot of rules made sense in theory, but then they didn't make sense in practice, and vice versa. Like for instance, there was a time with mandatories where if you missed the mandatory, you had to unwrap. So if you threw and you had to go to the left of a light pole and you went to the right of it and it went 350 feet, you had to walk up to your disc and throw all the way back around. That made perfect sense. You missed the mandatory. Well, technically you haven't missed the mandatory. You just haven't made it around the mandatory yet. And the penalty was, if you the more you miss it by, the more time it takes. Well, like, that doesn't sound that bad in theory until you realize that a hole with a mandatory on it could have like a 5-group backup by the time you got to the end of the round, because every time someone missed it, they had to walk 350 feet, sometimes into the woods, and throw 4 shots back. So, the rules were being made up as they went along. Everything you see, all the formats for modern tournaments, like every single thing had to be started somewhere, and it was really fun. And I talk about this in my book because it was the Wild West. And the early players in disc golf and disc sports are the best people I've ever known, but they're an unlikely group of people to invent rules and structure, because by definition, the sport was counterculture. It was anti-establishment. So you had a bunch of people that didn't fit into a model of how to do things, inventing rules about how to do things. It contradicted their natural way of thinking. And it was just wild, and it was the best. But it's like, I write all about this in here. And I write all about my interactions with Ken Climo. What it's like to be the virtually identical age as him and be competing at the exact same time as him. And every year I got a year better, and he got like a month better. Every year I got a year better. But that was a big deal. I got to play with Ken. I got to play with all the greats of the early days. So I'm very proud of this book. And if you're interested in the history of disc golf, I think it's a winner because it's not just my story. It's the story of our sport. But it's not names and dates. It's not like a high school history book. It's a story. I was there. I was there for all of it. So again, if you go to scottstokely.net, you can order they keep coming in. You can order my Tour Series discs and you can order my books on the website. Make sure you select Add Signature Session. Oh, are they coming in? Are those all the ones that have come in?
Since you started.
Really? Okay, so all of you guys are online ordering. Well, in that case, I'm going to stay here all night. In fact, that'd be crazy not to. I may stay a little bit late. I love it. I love every single person in this sport. Guys are the best. And let me go look at a couple random questions. I listened to the Nate Sexton podcast. It was very good. I love Nate Sexton. You want to talk about one of the truly good guys in the sport, and there's a lot of them out there. Nate is as cool and as nice and as kind and as honest and as genuine as he seems on camera. He's if I had to pick one professional disc golfer that I say epitomizes what a professional disc golfer should be, I go Nate Sexton. That's my pick. Again, I don't want him to get a fat head, so don't tell him I said that about him. He's my competitor on the course now that I'm out on tour, but I've nothing but the best things to say about Nate Sexton. So I think what I'm going to do, trying to figure this out, how to sign and read. I think what I'll do is I'm going to sign and then read a question, and then I'll sign and read a question, because it's not like we're in a hurry, because we're going to be here all night as long as orders keep coming in. Actually, I think I should do this every day. Think I'll run out of people eventually?
I mean, you could just start showing up at random pro shops around the country.
I should, but I still gotta have time to make my tutorial content and my everything else. Let's see. Where do I go to order this that I would sign? scottstokely.net. Thank you, Drew McGarity, for that perfect setup. scottstokely.net. But please make sure that you select Signature Session, because if you don't, I'm not going to sign it, because some people don't, they're just regular orders and I won't know. Let's see, where am I right now? I'm at the warehouse. Let's see, next question. Just kidding. So I'm in Georgia. We'll narrow it down to the state. By the way, disc golf in Georgia is fantastic. Some of the best players in the world have come out of Georgia. Cam Todd and Brad Hambrick and Phil Arthur and multiple other people. Who? Was Joe Cahow from here?
I think so.
Okay, PDGA number 4, I think. Joe Cahow. I guess she came from Georgia. Let's see. Still waiting for you in Bowling Green. Oh, HB, I love you, dude. I wish I was in Bowling Green. I rented a bed and breakfast for the week and didn't even get a refund on it. We had booked our place and everything. I know, I'm bummed. Hey, I'll try to do a clinic at Goat Hill in Oceanside. That's going to be, the clinics are the ones, they're 2 hours long. It's like $30, but it's 2 hours and they're open to everybody. If you get on the mailing list at scottstokely.net, get on the mailing list. You'll get an email every time new products drop, every time I have a new clinic to announce. This is I got one more book and I got stacks of this. Jesus Christ. I literally have a crew of people. I have 19 people pulling disc orders. That's how many people are ordering from me right now. Again, unless you're a collector, in which case I'm only getting the 3 orders. That's how rare these signatures are. It's really funny because I've had more people say, is something with my signature on it worth more money? But I've signed like a million things, right? And so I tell them honestly, I'm like, no, something with my signature on it isn't going to be worth more money until I die. which I think is like really funny, and like no one ever laughs when I say that. That's funny though, right?
Well, it's true.
It's true. But no, as long as disc golfers are accessible and we're signing anything, typically signatures they're not going to be as valuable in our sport as sports where you can't get to people and they don't sign a whole lot of things, and all of a sudden their signature is rare.
Well, but the idea that people still throw the signed discs and stuff,
Yeah.
The chance of it being still in good shape.
Hey, what's up, Beth? I didn't know Crystal Cleary was from Georgia. I actually mentioned her on my Mount Rushmore of disc golf when I mentioned some of the best female players of all time. I was with Crystal Cleary in Sweden when she won in 1985. That's how old I am. More discs. What's my most memorable ace? My most memorable ace is probably the ace I got at the final 9 at the Kansas City Wide Open, which was a major back then. I did it in the finals. Back then, we almost never had galleries. Like the final 9 had a gallery of players, but it was several hundred people, which was massive for, it was 1998. It was a massive number for back then. And I aced hole 2 at Swope, which was like a 360-foot hole, but that was like just about the longest hole in the course back then because courses were different. Beth started playing 1985. Yeah, I mean she was one of the best of her generation. It's so like she's one of the many people from the earlier days that should not be forgotten because the players back then were great. Let's see. T. Dean, your first amateur-only PDGA C tier in Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. Any recommendations for a new tournament director? Yeah, so right off the bat, you cannot make everybody happy, except that when 1 or 2 or 3 people aren't happy with something, don't let it hurt you in here because you're going to get that. Understand, even though live video pause, even though 3 people might be unhappy with something, there's 100 people determined that we're happy, which meant you have a 97, well, technically more, % happiness rate. Also, I think it's good to do amateur tournaments because pros complain more and they buy less merchandise. Just a fact. With amateurs, there's a little bit more of the spirit of just being there, and then you sell more merchandise to pay for the tournament. But have fun, plan on making some mistakes. So what? Like, everyone's going to have a good time except for those 3 people. They'll still have a good time, but they're going to be pissed off because they had a bad round. But don't take it personal. But be open to suggestions. Uh-oh. I need another pen. Got more pens coming in? This is crazy. I'm actually, like, burning through Sharpies. Oh, I see. I got a whole box full. All right. And I saw Riley on here, but now I didn't see. It passed already. If I scroll up, it'll disappear. You ain't. Holy crap. Joe Costa's wife is PDGA number 3142. Yeah, it must have been like 2 days after me. That's so funny. Is that $1 option to add to cart? Yeah, that's just, I mean, technically I'm making that. I'm not trying to charge for the signatures. I never charge for a signature, but it's a way of just telling me that you want a signature and we just pick the number. Figured $1 was reasonable. By the way, that's for everything. So if you want everything will get signed for $1. And that money's going straight into my greedy little pocket. Riley Manershaw. Hey, Riley. I actually mentioned you in my Mount Discmore of top MPO players because of a story about Ken Climo that involved you that I still remember to this day. Riley and I played back in the 80s. He's old like me. Let's see. Any chance you can make a video about off-axis torque and how to fix it? Almost no videos out there about how to fix it. Well, that's just talking. So first off, off-axis torque is a word. It's a buzzword. Get that whole thought process out of your head. People try to make things more complex than they are. You're talking about just keeping the disc flat, I believe. And the way to do that, I keep saying I'm going to make a video because I've watched or have seen 700 videos on how not to put the nose up, and every one of them is wrong. And it's on a list of stuff out there that's wrong because I teach more people than anybody, and I get everybody to throw without the nose up. I mean, 100% success rate. Nobody leaves one of my seminars putting the nose up. So, have I tried the Halo Polecat? I will in San Francisco. Anyways, I will make that. I'll move that up the list. You just had your car broken into and all the things they steal is my disc golf bag and all my discs. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry to hear that. That is a bummer. I would post to your local page, Facebook page, because somebody might come out there trying to sell discs because they need to they need to convert those discs into money. And as stupid as is to go out to a course and sell it, because that's where they could get caught. Where else are they going to sell it? The pro shop, if they sell used discs, and the course. And so if you let the club know, it's not out of the question that they show up and they get found. But here's a little trick. If you simply message that all your discs got stolen and you're back to the club and that you're looking for it, people are going to jump up and donate discs to you. It'll happen. You might even get a bag donated to you. You won't have to ask for it. Just tell people what happened. People care. Let's see. This is crazy. The orders are just flowing in. All right. Scott, you rock. I like your attitude, sir. There wasn't an option to have my pink Marvel signed. Will it still get signed? If you ordered it like yesterday or the day before, message me. I won't remember off this, so I'm not going to remember your name. But if you message me directly on Facebook or Instagram and say I placed an order, but I didn't select the signature session, it'll get signed. But you have to message me. If anybody that's watching placed an order but did not select signature session, your discs won't be signed because not everybody wants their disc signed. So make sure you do that. I'm ignoring Instagram completely, and we're down to 13,000 people. What's the oldest disc still in my bag? So here's my thing. I don't throw old discs because I don't ever want to throw a disc that if I lose or it goes into a pond, I feel like I don't have the disc I need. So I purposely throw new stuff, and when it gets beaten up, I replace it. And I do that on purpose. That way, every single disc I throw is replaceable. Like I have a stack of, I got a stack of these Marvels in the car. And so if I lose one, I just pull a new one out. And I do that because of that reason. When I see someone that says, oh my God, I lost my San Marino rock. What am I going to do now? And I'm like, that seems like a vulnerable position to be in. Let's see. Have you been to Brahms Springs in Huntsville, Alabama? And would you consider coming back? If so, of course I've been to Brahms Springs. I played the 1993 World Championships in Brahms Springs. There's a video on YouTube of the 1993 World Championships of me throwing at Brahms Springs. I got a really funny story about Brahms Springs. It's one of my favorite stories. Hey, we'll see you, Riley. One of my favorite stories. Well, I got about 1 million favorite stories, but this is one of my 1 million favorite stories. I was at Brahms Springs about 4 years ago, and there was a sign when I got there to run the clinic, huge sign that says, home of the world's first Frisbee golf course, which is not accurate because Oak Grove Park is the world's first permanent Frisbee golf course in Pasadena. So I was like, well, that's an interesting thing. They got a sign to claim they're the world's first course. So I waited for the club to show up, and the club, I think the club president or somebody at the club, I forget who it was, showed up. And I go, that sign up there that's not true. And I swear to God, his exact words, he said, yeah, we know, we don't care. Best answer I've ever heard in my life, because I was all ready to debate him and explain what year and how Ed did blah, 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 blah. And when Ed was out at the parks department and he put in like 12 new courses after the first two, I was going to tell him the whole story. And I didn't have to, because he said, we know it's not true and it doesn't matter. Holy crap. Oh my God. I'm like, this is stacking up faster than I can sign, but I'm just going to stay on the air. So anyways, that's a true story. Brahms Springs is one of the, so basically the oldest course is Oak Grove Park in Pasadena, California. There's very good evidence to suggest that La Mirada is the second oldest course. However, there are about 15 courses that may be the third course to ever go into the ground. The thing is, when Ed was selling these courses to the parks departments back in, this is 1977, number one, he didn't keep the best records. But number two, he would be at conventions and trade shows. So he would sell a course, but when did the course get shipped? And then he would go out and design it. But when did they actually pour the concrete and put it in the ground? So he might have designed a course before another course, but that other course that got designed after actually poured concrete to put the baskets in earlier. And so there is an endless debate over who the third course was. But there's like 15 courses that could all make an honest claim. Everything from there's Honey, I think it's called Honey Bear in Peru, Indiana. There's Brom Springs. There's a course in Denver. I think Sedgley Woods is one of the courses, but it's a debate that won't get settled because there's no way of ever showing. So basically 15 courses can claim to be number 3. Brom Springs is one of those courses. Hey, I heard you did a podcast the other day with Carver Whitford. Yeah, I interviewed Carver Whitford for an episode that I'm going to be posting in a couple of days. Cool kid. He's up in British Columbia. He's an Innova. He's 14-year-old Innova sponsored player who has a fantastic story to tell. And so was happy to have him on. I like his dad too. His dad's really cool. This is crazy. I'm never not flattered when I do this. Let's see, who is a player you enjoy playing with this year based on their personality and attitude? Okay, what if I told you everybody? Like, here's one of the things that's amazing. And this is God's honest truth. There's not a single player I've got to meet for the first time this year or that I know on tour that I don't like. Like, I like all of them. And that's not just because I like everybody. I mean, I probably like a higher percentage of people than your average human. I mean, I like people, but I like them all because not everybody's going to be goofing around, joking around or goofing off. Some of them will be, and some of them will be lighthearted and smiling when they throw out of bounds. Others will get disappointed and frustrated, but that doesn't make me not enjoy playing with them. That's a different way of playing. We're playing a professional sport. And so if someone is intense when they play, as long as they're not rude or disrespectful or distracting to other players, I'm totally cool with it. I have no problem with somebody else being intense. So there's a variety of players I've played with, but they're all cool. I mean, people like, I got to play with Dickerson. Dickerson was great. I played around with Brody. Brody was fantastic. I've played with James Conrad, like James is a perfect example. James is very hard on himself. So he's not necessarily the joking around, goofing off guy when he's playing bad, but there's nothing wrong with that. He wasn't not polite. He wasn't unprofessional. He wasn't distracting or rude. He was getting down on himself, but whereas someone else might be laughing, but there's nothing wrong with that. So I'm sorry. They're real joke offs. They're all, the players are all cool. Of course, I played at Pleasure Island in Texas. That was one of the most special disc golf tournaments ever because back in the old days, we always shared park space with picnickers and people playing, flying kites. Even at major tournaments, like you couldn't just like reserve a park that's being used by families in the neighborhood back then anyways, for sure. So we could be literally at a world championships and there could be kids playing out there. You'd be having to ask them to get off the fairway and they might say no because we didn't have the right to tell them they had to. Pleasure Island down in Texas, John Houck and John Powell ran that tournament. They got an island and built 4 disc golf courses on an island that belonged to us. And the idea back then of being on a disc golf course and there's no non-disc golfers out there was very special. Now we kind of take it for granted. Even in like a state park, no one's out there except for the golfers typically. Not back then. So yeah, it was amazing back then. It was just so cool to see it. Oh, I'm getting an incoming call from Arizona. I better hit decline. I don't know who that is. So if you're calling from Arizona, I ain't answering. But I will call you back. And yes, I just you. All right, let's see. You played at Brahms Springs today? Brahms is wild. It's like 18 holes and about 4 acres of trees. Like, I mean, literally, I think that the course is probably 4 or 5 acres, the whole course. But it's what the courses were back then. All right, let's see. Golf cart in the water by a good friend of mine named Roger. That had to be, yeah. So here's the thing. So they let us use golf carts, and that was. I heard it cost John Houck about $10,000 in golf cart repairs, because why would you have 2 people on your cart when you can have 7? And why would you go around the ditch when you could try to jump it? And I mean, we're a bunch of children. We're not supposed to be, you know, like we weren't so responsible back then. And that's just about all of us. Even the responsible ones back then were responsible compared to everybody else. So that's it. Why did I choose disc golf instead of ultimate? That's such an easy question. Ultimate players do this thing called, it's called, God, what's that thing they do? The ultimate players do this thing. It's horrible. It's, I can't think of the word. It's, and it sucks though. It's, oh, that's right. Ultimate players have to run. That's not good. Well, for me, oh my God, when I run, well, first off, I look like an ostrich, except I'm way slower. Ostriches are actually fast, but ostriches look like so uncoordinated. They kind of wobble side to side with like skinny giant bird legs. And I kind of do that. So yeah. So how about this? A, I'd have to run. B, there was no money for me in ultimate. The books are just piling in, and like, this is great. I'm like literally signing and the pile is building faster than I'm signing. This is way too cool. I agree. I don't even run for a beer anymore. Hey, the person that said, I think someone posted that they're not in a position to purchase discs, and I think this might have been the person that had their discs stolen. I'm telling you, you don't even have to ask. Post to the local page, tell them what happened, and just tell them, go, look, I don't have any golf discs now. And like, again, you're not having to ask. You're not looking for charity. People will help you out the same way you would help them out if you had extra discs and they had their bag stolen. So don't think of it as like charity or anything. There's anything weird about it. Just make sure when it happens to someone else next year, you give them a couple discs. And that's the way our community, you know, we take care of each other. So just let everybody know, and someone might actually find it. I'm going to be at the Hambrick. I was very close friends with Brent Hambrick back in the day. And in fact, I was one of the last people to see him before he passed. I went out to Columbus, Ohio, and got to spend about an hour with him just a few days before he died. And it's one of the most surreal memories, because like you can describe it, but until you've experienced it, there's no way to really understand what this is like. But I went and said goodbye to him. Like, it was at a point where he wasn't going to get better. He knew he was going to be dying soon. He had days left. And I actually hugged him and said, I love you and goodbye. And it's like, people say, God, I wish I had a chance to say goodbye. Well, I'm not sure you do, because it sucked. It was one of the shittiest things I ever went through. Fuck you, cancer. I hope I don't get banned from YouTube for that, but fuck cancer. Yeah, we lost Brent Hambrick, but that, you know, I was happy I got to tell him how much I appreciated him and that I loved him. But at the same time, I don't know if I would do that again next time, because I have a memory of Brent extremely sick that I'm not glad that I have that memory. But I will be happy to go to the tournament and try to honor his memory by doing that. In fact, you know, one of the things I did, because it was Hodgkin's disease and he was in remission for years. And one of the things we did was that And my 3 employees at the time all went down and got on the Marrow donor list. That was my way of honoring him. I said, I'm going to go get on the Marrow donor list and maybe help someone else because of, Brent inspired me to do so. And then my 3 employees were like, well, we'll do it too. So we've never been called to donate Marrow, but that was my way of trying to appreciate him. I don't know. What's the cliche? His death would have meaning. That sounds so shallow and stupid. But if me getting on the Marrow donor list and like resulted in like saving a child's life or something, I think it does give it meaning. At least in my mind. Remember I told you I spend things to work for me? Well, that would be one of them. Oh my God, someone purchased my instructional DVDs early on. I appreciate you doing that. And believe it or not, I was very proud of those things because there was nothing else. Before my instructional how to play disc golf, professional disc golf manual, and my 3 instructional videos and DVDs, there wasn't a whole lot of teaching out there in this sport that people could get. I appreciate that you bought those. And, for the most part, the information was good. Where I missed was that the way I teach now is so much different. I mean, I was an intermediate level teacher back then. Even though I was the best teacher in the sport in the 90s, I believe, because I was out there, I went to 220 cities and did throwing clinics. None of the other pros were even doing this. But when I look back, I was intermediate level. Like now I'm elite level, touring pro level at teaching. Like nobody teaches like me. But back then I was okay. I cringe at some of my methods because they've evolved over time. I can't believe how many orders are. Jesus Christ. I mean, there's more. The pile is
every time you look up.
Every time I look up, the pile is getting bigger. I have, like, what I say, 19 people. I lied to everybody about how many people I had pulling orders.
Did you?
I think I said 23 or 19. Let's just say I now have 25 people doing nothing but pulling orders for me to sign. Let's see. The black marble's great.
Hold that one up when you sign it. It looks pretty.
Yeah.
Look how nice that is.
That's the nice marble. Oops, yep, down there too. All right. It says that I only have 6 people on Instagram, but I understand. Hopefully I'm sharing some stories that are of interest, but let's see. It was good to meet you at Texas State. It was Academy for Micah. I love that you get teaching. Power 4, handle all day. Billy Donovan. All classes evolve. I knew you're going to have to do some hand stretching for the signing. Oh, that's true, huh? Yeah. Wait, hold on. You hear that? Now I can keep going.
Do disc golf strong.
Do disc golf strong, yes. Let's grow the pile. Yeah, if you guys want to purchase stuff, I'll keep signing. Like, I'm not going to stop. In fact, I'm going to have to figure out how to do this again when some of the new discs come out remotely, because it's definitely worth doing. I mean, clearly everybody got... I thought the live thing would go well, but it's even going better than I planned. So let's see. Shoulders back. Watch your posture.
That's good advice.
How does that look? Yes, I just did that on camera.
I'm gonna go find that.
Do not free. Yeah, meme this.
Yeah.
Actually, I spent like 2 hours at the gym this afternoon. My arms are cooked. More. Jesus Christ. Are we gonna go through all the books? Probably. Holy cow! I love this. This is really, really neat. Okay, I just got another like 20 book orders came in.
On those.
I guess I'll start making them. Start signing them. By the way, again, I'm signing my book as well. If you haven't got this, it's also available on Audible.
Mm-hmm.
Audiobook Audible. It is. By the way, your elbow is just on camera. Your elbow is now a star. I read the audio version myself, and I think it came out really well. I made an entire video about the process because, like, I'm not natural at reading, and it started off terrible. But I think it got better. And we practiced and we rehearsed, and I spent several weeks. at Marcus's house and Will McCaskill at the Last Cash podcast studio. And I basically went from being terrible at reading to decent at reading my book. And then Will McCaskill did all the post-production and made me sound really good. Like, I did okay. He made me sound good. That's not me being humble. That's the truth. So this is great, man. This is so much fun. In fact, one of the things I thought was really neat on the Pro Tour, how can I get an Audible copy signed with an NFT?
Yeah, we can do that.
Can we? Mm-hmm. We'll sign an NFT, but it's going to cost you $1.6 million, but you get to get the audio book that's next door to Snoop Dogg or something like that. I don't know. I don't understand NFTs, but I'm about to understand them. Actually, I'm doing my research. Things are coming. I'm going to keep up with the kids. The kids aren't getting ahead of me. You did great reading the book. Thank you so much. When I'm going to be in New England this fall. This fall, I'm going to be in Vermont, and I'll be at Maple Hill. So I'll be at Green Mountain and the Maple Hill Open in Massachusetts. And I'm so glad I can do two things at once. I've had 978 rounds and under or 800 rated rounds. I've been whooped in MA3 and MA1. What division would you recommend for someone who can be off and on? Let's see. What division? I mean, yeah, Evan, go order this now. I'll be on signing for a little bit longer. You know, honestly, the division you're rating, like you're gonna. So the better you are, the closer and closer you play to your rating, the smaller your variance. It's like a ball golfer. Like if you're a professional ball golfer, you probably have a range of about 7 or 8 strokes that you could legitimately or typically score. An amateur has a range of like 20 strokes difference where they could score. It just happens when you're not depending on whatever level you play. Whatever your rating is really reflective of where you belong. The fact that you sometimes play way above that, that's okay, because sometimes you play well below that. But I made an entire video on my YouTube channel all about ratings and why they're actually very good. And it's actually one of the videos I'm most proud of. So if you're curious about how the ratings work and why they work without a lot of math, watch my YouTube video on ratings and you'll understand it. I mean, it's really one of the things I'm most proud of, because I made the video because I don't feel like anybody has done had done a good job explaining the ratings. There was a lot of either talking high level math, which doesn't work for most people, or there was a lot of, it just works that way. This is, it works, trust us, like that doesn't really instill confidence. I actually explained why it works. And, what's up, Mary Lou? Yeah, TD Galding Listmans. I know them all. Known them forever. Let's see, top most important things to know in your first disc golf tournament. Yeah, so I will tell you right now. It's easy. Number 1, have fun. Number 2, do your best to know the rules. Now, you don't have to know the rule book inside and out, but you need to know how to mark your lie. You need to know how to have a stance where it's not a violation of your stance. You need to know that you can't break branches, right? There's things you have to know. There's some basic fundamental rules. Basically, you need to know the rules that league night would expect you to play. The nuances for tournaments are extra. And number 3, learn basic courtesy. Even at league night, basic courtesy is expected. And they will expect you to follow those things. Like, hey, when someone's putting, don't move. When someone's throwing, don't talk. When it's your turn to throw, don't be, chit-chatting back, 80 feet away. Be prepared for when it's your turn, like to know when you're going to be next and be ready to step up and throw. That way it keeps the flow. But that's basically it. Know the rules, basic rules, know basic courtesy, and then have fun. And then players, if it's your first tournament, like, unless someone's a real ass, they're not going, oh, Jesus Christ, more discs coming. They're not going to slam you for like messing up a rule. They shouldn't anyways. But you might get called on things, but that's not a bad thing. That's how you learn the rules. If you violate a rule and someone calls you on it, it's your fault for not knowing the rule. It's not their fault for calling it on you. But just understand, okay, I'll take my penalty stroke. But a lot of times with, when you're new to a tournament, you'll get warnings or people say, hey, just want to let you know you can't do that. You know, or, hey, I saw you do something back there. Just don't do it next time. It's a rule. And like, they're going to be easier on you. So don't feel stress over it. But if you get called, you get called. You know, no one's wrong for calling a rule violation on you. They're never wrong for that. But just have fun. I hate to say that's what it's about, but it kind of like it is. If it's not fun, it's only worth it if you're getting paid. But if you're not getting paid, then why would you do it if you're not having fun? Andrew Frey just said, let's see. Oh, thank you, Andrew. They did appreciate that. Thank you so much. I forgot about that. What is that called? Stickers?
Super chat.
Super chat. So if you click on super chat, you can actually donate to, like this. It's basically like doing joining like the patron. I can't believe it. I mean, seriously, the piles are continually getting bigger. This is so cool. And I'm going to stay online until all these discs behind me are gone. Actually, that's not all the discs I have. This is just a fraction of the tour discs we have. What's the best piece of playing advice you ever got? The best piece. Ooh. Let me chew on that. Let's see.
You're getting some really good questions.
Yeah, this is a good question. It's the best piece of playing advice I ever got. God, I don't know if it's advice. I'm trying to think of who someone has said these things to me, but I'm not sure who they were. But how about it's just a game? Which is kind of cringy to say when you're trying to be a competitive athlete at the highest level, but it's literally a game. If you're not having fun playing a game, then you're probably not spending your time doing the right thing. Like, why would you do something if it wasn't fun? So I think anything related to perspective, oh, someone else bought a badge, bought the first badge. Don't forget thank you for buying a badge. I don't know. Explain what that means.
That's like super stickers.
It's like super stickers. Okay, well, thank you for buying a badge. McNessa 32. I appreciate you. All right, let's see. Oh, I'll keep going. The pile's literally getting bigger. This is so cool. I hope I never ever, like, the day that the novelty wears off for this, I quit. Like, legit, this is like, I am flattered every single time. I've never once been asked for an autograph and not been flattered, ever. And I've said this, the minute I shouldn't be doing this. So I should step aside and let someone else who actually appreciates it be here. Wow, this is such a good idea to do this, though. I'm so happy.
Scott, he asked, what's your home course?
My home course. So I'm gonna have to say my home course. It's got to be Oak Grove Park, the world's first course, because even though I haven't been out living in California forever, I am on the road full time. It says upside down, but I even have an Oak Grove Park. How do you do this? Here, Oak Grove Park tattoo. So here, this is the Oak, and it says Oak Grove Gophers because that's the first club. So you can't really see it that well. But I travel full time. We live permanently on the road. I have no home base. My girlfriend and I have no storage unit. We don't have an apartment. Like, we literally don't own a single thing that we don't have with us. And that's not an exaggeration. We don't have like a box of memorabilia at our parents' house. Everything we own is literally in our hotel room right now. And that's how we like to live. And that's how we will always live. I'm never going to have a home. I like adventure. I like new places. I like travel. I don't like stuff. And so I don't have a home course. So it's got to be Oak Grove. And actually, just a heads up, here's a little teaser. We have a new YouTube channel coming out. I was giving it to you. We have a new YouTube channel that is about to go live for our adventure travel because we do so much non-disc golf stuff. And well, not this year on tour. It's really, it's like right now, pretty much it's a grind. It's the tours. That's not a complaint, but not a lot of free time to be goofing off. But we have an incredible amount of content. We have videos coming out for all these different things. It's not like videos of tour, like vacation photos or something. It's about these destinations and these adventures that we take. We got more than 100 destinations that or things we've done that we have content for that will be coming out on the adventure travel page, which is probably like any day now. It's going to launch. We're producing videos as we speak. So that's the segue. You didn't ask about it, but that's the segue. Let's see, what is this? Went to Kenwood for the first time and got a band hit on my first ever throw there, but loved playing there. Yeah, Kenwood's been around forever. I wrote about Kenwood in my book. I went out there in 1994 and got utterly demolished because it's not my type of golf. It's a bunch of really short holes, and I've never been the best finesse player. I am now because I have the Berg, and I can put the Berg on a dime. If I went to Kentwood today, I could tear it up. That wasn't the case in 1994. I was not equipped for finesse golf. And in fact, one of the, oh, thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. Do I need a Cat Eagles Crossing? I have a caddy, and let's just say that you might not like some of the duties required of my caddy.
There's an Instagram reel about how he treats his caddies.
Oh yeah, there's Instagram. Well, there's also an Instagram reel about how I treat my caddies. I don't listen to them, but yeah, there's things that come with the job that you probably wouldn't want to apply for. So, but thank you very much for offering. Appreciate it. Let's see. This is great. I'm just so happy. Like all my people are out there, all my friends. I hate the term fans because like it just like that makes me seem like I'm above, and I've never felt that way. And by the way, I'll stay online as long as I'm post signing. There's no reason to turn it off. Back in the day, for the team tournament, that I don't know about making it to the team tournament because, well, first off, I'm not part of a club, and there's generally like people that bring in quote ringers to team tournaments, like when you have like club versus club. I'm not sure like that's the spirit of it. But let's see. Am I doing anything else in Kansas besides DD Open and Worlds? Eating corn. I mean, when in Rome. I'm a very humble man. Love what you're doing. Thank you, sir. So here's the thing about being humble. The difference between when you're competing, the difference between being humble and being an asshole is your mouth. Because every successful player out on tour has to be incredibly confident. You have to be arrogant. You have to feel like you're the best player out there. You must feel that way about yourself. The difference is your mouth. Do you say the words? Do you say those things out loud when you're competing? If so, you're kind of an asshole. Whereas if you keep them to yourself, you're considered humble and respectful. But it's you know, like I'm outwardly humble, but when I compete, I am arrogant inside my head. But it's just not how I act. Now, when it comes to my teaching disc golf, I'm incredibly arrogant because I believe that I'm the best teacher in the sport. And I'm so confident in the way I teach that I never want to beat around the bush and say, well, I think this might be an approach you should take. It's like, no, I've done this for decades. Do it this way. It's going to work. I'm right. That other video you saw is wrong. So I am arrogant when I actually teach, but it's a teaching method because I need the people I teach to buy into what I'm teaching because what I'm teaching is correct. Like I'm not teaching anything that's wrong because I got decades of me doing this thing and it working, as opposed to like say a YouTube video where it's theory. like, hey, here's one way to do this. Here's one way to get more snap, more power, more spin, more angle, da 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 da. It's like, yeah, but if you taught that approach to thousands of people and seen if it worked or not, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying that a lot of stuff out there it's theory. And everything I teach is not theory. Everything I teach is based on trial and error and seeing that thousands of people, tens of thousands of players later, it works. So I'm very arrogant with my teaching, but I'm not arrogant on the course because I don't like those people. Would I ever come to New York to play the Rochester Flying Disc Open? It would be one I'd consider. I'm a previous winner of that tournament in 1995, maybe somewhere around there. I played the Rochester Flying Disc Open and won it. No, 93. I won that tournament, believe it or not. And then I was at the World Championships in Rochester in 99. And I actually set the course record at Chilai, 11 under par, which I believe is still the record today, 20 years later. No, wait, 99, 23 years later. I think that's still the course record. Any thoughts of the risk-reward factor? Oh, the thought of the risk-reward factor. Use it myself every round. Yeah, it's just math. Let's see. Oh, thank you very much for the compliment on the putting video. Yes, that's the disc golf kid. That was really, really fun. That was and that's a true story. His dad goes, I want you to help him with his sidearm. Now, putting's the worst part of his game, but you give him some sidearm tips. Like, what? Why would I do that? Oh, thank you, DG Dave. I appreciate you. How is the talent in the overall field today versus 20 to 30 years ago? Okay, Zachary, I want you to be more specific on that question. Are you saying the overall disc golf field or the actual term overall, meaning like WIFDIF overalls? Please, if you can, clarify the question and I'll answer it. And if you don't, I'll just answer both. What's your favorite course in the Cincinnati area? Well, I love Mount Airy. I love it. T-Bone Bruiser, to order a signed disc, you go to scottstokely.net. Thank you for the setup. To plug myself, go to scottstokely.net, place any order you want, and then when you place the order, make sure you choose Signature Session as an item and add that item to your cart. I think it's $1, but you only do it once. It's just a way of letting me know that this order wants them signed. If you don't, or if you've placed an order and haven't added the Signature Session to the cart, I don't know you want your stuff signed, and I won't be signing it because it doesn't say to. So if you've ordered and didn't add Signature Session, but want your order signed, just message me on Facebook or Instagram, and I'll get it and I'll make sure we get it signed. Let's see. Doing that right now. That's too cool.
Trying to pull the orders.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, we'll definitely get them all at some point. Let's see. Favorite Illinois course? That's a good question. Favorite Illinois course? Oh God, I like the course at the. I think it's Sterling. I like Sinisippi. I'm not saying it's my favorite course, but it's one of my favorite memories because it's this little one-day tournament in Illinois that I went to and I played terrible, and then I went to again and played terrible. And at one point, I was like so mad at how I played there that I like drove like all the way across the country to a one-day tournament just because I needed to redeem myself for how badly I played there. So I ended up going like 3 times before I was able to actually win it back in the 90s. Let's see, how far I should be thrown up to 6 months. That's almost impossible to say. I mean, your age, your height, previous sports experience, flexibility, and then your technique. I mean, I would say this. How about as a baseline? After 6 months, you should be throwing comfortably over 300. I would say if you're throwing in the 350 range, you're probably doing that's about okay. There are certainly players that can throw farther after 6 months, but I'd say if you're not getting to 300 after 6 months, then there's probably something missing But that is based on, I'm saying if you're 28 years and 3 months old, you're 6'3", you're 182 pounds, and you grew up playing baseball as a kid. Like, that's a perfect world scenario. You know, if you started playing at 44 years old, well, then take some feet off it. It doesn't mean your ceiling can't be higher, but it means that that's just the real world, right? So, you know, that's such a rough guess. Switch markers? Yeah. All right. Let's see. Thank you. I love the word legend. Every time I hear the word legend, I just think that just means I'm old. Let's see. Am I surprised by the popularity of disc golf? I am absolutely 100% not surprised. Everything that's happening in disc golf is exactly what I knew was going to happen. And I don't mean I thought it was going to happen. I knew for a fact that it was going to happen. This was the greatest sport in the world in 1976. And every player from the early days of the sport knew this was going to happen. And the reason I can say with authority that every one of us knew that it was going to happen is that this is all we talked about at lunch between rounds, at league night, when we hung out at someone's house that we were staying with when we were in town. We would talk about how disc golf is going to blow up. It's going to be the most popular sport in the world. Everybody's going to figure out how cool this thing is. Like, none of us are surprised. You know, we kept thinking it was going to happen next year. And we thought that for like 30 years. We kept thinking next year we're going to be on ESPN or something. And like, we got those details wrong, but none of us are surprised. Like, everyone here knows how much fun disc golf is. Is anyone here surprised that disc golf is this popular? Like, no, absolutely not. Are orders actually slowing down?
A little bit, but you're hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of discs behind.
Am I really hundreds of discs behind? For real?
Many hundreds, yeah. I quit pulling them.
You were really?
Yeah, you're signing.
That's.
Keep going.
I'm working on it. Hey, if my wrist is sore from this, it is.
It's a good problem to have.
It's one of the funnest ways your wrist can get sore from. I was talking about bowling, guys. What are you guys thinking?
Oh,
Jesus.
darts.
My God, you guys. I can't believe you. No, I will never complain about this at all. This is the group. I feel like the luckiest person in the world. Matthew, did my Las Vegas seminar. Sidearms feeling so much better. That makes me so happy. Yeah, everyone that comes out to the seminar is like, holy cow, this stuff works. And I'm like, yeah. Look at Jay Gaines, coordinated with my wife, Kathy, on her 15th anniversary present to me. It turned out to be amazing. Oh, that's right. Oh, my God, you're so welcome. Yeah, I tried my best. I mean, we coordinated as many as we could, but you're very welcome. I thought that was really fun. And I am always going to support any wife of a disc golfer that wants to give a disc golf present to her husband, because you're a lucky dude. Because, and by the way, it's not husband or wife. It's just, let's say, spouse. But not everybody has a spouse that supports their disc golf hobby. Unfortunately, in the world, that's just the way it works. And so if you have a spouse that literally is doing an anniversary present for you and wants to make it about disc golf, that is too cool. So I was happy to support her, and you're a lucky guy. Lucky guy to have her. Let's see. What's my favorite part of the game? Flight of the Disc, commentary. Okay, I'm going to give you two answers on my favorite part of the game. And there's like, these are so far ahead of everything else, but I don't know which one is better. So the first is the friends, like my Frisbee family, like all the people in my life that I love and all the people that love and support me are all part of this community. Like, that's probably, let's say this, that's the most important part to me, is the people, the human connections I have in the sport. There's so many of them. But the funnest part for me is the travel. Like I mentioned earlier, we live on the road. I travel full time. I live for travel. I live for adventure. And this sport has allowed me to live the life I want to live, which is a life where I'm constantly going somewhere new. And like, there's not even a price you can put on that for me, because like, and this is just me. I ain't speaking to anybody else when I say this. So I'm only speaking for myself. But you could buy me the nicest, most beautiful, luxurious home in the most beautiful neighborhood with on the most beautiful piece of property, and the most beautiful swimming pool, and the best hot tub, and the best surround sound stereo system for the entertainment room. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. I will not be happy there. Like, not truly happy. I would much rather be sleeping in my car in a rest area going someplace new. I live for the next thing, and not being able to do that would kill me, for me. And so I live for it. And that's it. Disc golf's allowed me to live the type of life that I need to live to be happy. Dude, you're 14 and saving up to go on tour with your brother when you're 18. Do it. Don't let anybody tell you not to. By the way, when you're 18 years old, I got some great advice for every 18-year-old disc golfer out there. And I can state this as a fact, is that once you're 19, you will never be 18 again. That is the best time to be a human alive, is when you're 18, 19, 20. The entire future, the entire world's in front of you. Your best physical health, usually. Like the world hasn't like come down and crushed you in various ways that life can do. And so don't let anybody stop you from getting out and living the dream you want to live out on the road and being on tour. The thing about disc golf is there's a small number of players out there that are going to be competing as top athletes and making a living doing that. There are going to be 1,000 people out there. For every one Calvin Heimberg, there are 1,000 people that are going to be able to make their living in disc golf. So you pursue the career as the top touring pro. That's the holy grail. I mean, who wouldn't want to be able just to play disc golf and make a living at it? But understand that if you don't make it there, it does not mean you have to go hang drywall or, clean out people's toilets, right? By the way, nothing wrong with having a job in the real world, but I'm saying that if you love disc golf, you can make disc golf your life. But that sounded really crappy the way I described it. I didn't mean it like that. I was just randomly thinking of jobs that aren't disc golf, if disc golf's what you love. So go out, hit the road, do whatever you can to pursue your career as a professional disc golfer, but always keep the business part in mind, because you can do disc golf forever and you can have a damn good life for yourself, even if you don't ever achieve the playing goals you want to. Not saying you can't. I'm just saying, if I talk to 100 people, 100 of them aren't, right? 3 of them are. So just do it. Don't let anything get in the way of you doing disc golf for a living. If this is what you love, do disc golf. By the way, I told my daughter the same thing. So I told my daughter the exact same thing. I was like, there's different paths in life, and the path you're told as a kid, most of us have heard as a kid, it's a very black and white path. It is finish high school, know what you want to do before you get out of high school, so you know what college major to choose, get your degree, get into a job, stick with it for like 30 or 40 years, because that way you can build up your 401k. So someday when you're 62 years old, you can maybe afford to buy an RV to travel around the country. And by the way, you're going to have a mortgage, 2.5 kids. They don't tell you 3 marriages, but that's what it'll be. But it's like, that's it, right? Like, you're told that there's this one path in life, and it's like, it's not the case. There's so many different ways to make it in this world. So sorry to get on my soapbox here, but if you love disc golf, make disc golf what you do with your life. Nothing can stop you. Is that Silas? What's up, dude? I know him. He's really good. Yeah, Silas is on Instagram. He's one of the top touring players out there. One of the greatest teachers of all time. I appreciate that. It just means I'm old, and believe me, it's not like I haven't made my mistakes. I've made a lot. you know. And in fact, if you don't make mistakes, you haven't lived. I would go so far as to say, if you don't have some crappy years, you haven't lived your life. You've been living way too conservative. Live a life that results in a crappy year here and there. And that's probably means you're doing something right. And by the way, crappy, I just mean like, you know, you're maybe where you're poor or you're where you struggle or whatever. My favorite band, it's Gwar, obvious. Like, there are no other bands. Gwar ate them all. Let's see. Nothing original. Body, spatial. I want to see this question here. Let's see. What's the one thing to focus on to break the 300-foot mark? Been playing for 5 months. Struggle body, spatial awareness. Yeah. Here's what you do. Plant your foot before you throw. That plant foot hits the ground before any other part of your body is moving forward. If you do that, you will throw far. You will snap the disc. If you are rotating as that plant foot hits the ground, kind of similar to like a baseball swing would be, you won't snap the disc. You won't get power. Plant your first foot before any other part of your body moves forward. Watch my video on snap. It'll explain it all. That is going to be the number one key to generating power. By the way, they stopped pulling orders. We got literally like hundreds have come in. And I know I joke and I exaggerate, but that's actually the case.
Yeah, you'll be here for hours afterwards.
I'll be here for hours afterwards. I mean, I fail to see the reason to turn off the camera because new people keep coming in. Like, we're kind of hanging steady at like, you know, 50 to 100 people, but I think most people stay for a few minutes. So I think we're just, I mean, if the orders keep coming in, we'll just keep on going. Let's see. Oh God. Now let's see. Am I signing discs? Yes, I'm signing discs. You can go order off scottstokely.net. Place your order. Make sure you select Signature Session as an item to add to the cart, and I will sign whatever you order. Oh God, you know, I don't want to get up here because that's dead time, and if I leave and come back, everybody's going to leave, right? Because they're going to think that I'm not here. But I also have to go to the bathroom really bad. Fortunately, I have this table here, so I think we might be able to figure out a solution. They won't know.
I don't know.
Are they going to find out?
Yeah. We'll just call that your hard break point. Like,
my hard break point when I actually have to go. No, I'm totally joking, by the way, everybody. Do I listen to audiobooks or podcasts on the road? Okay, so here, I'll tell you a funny story about that. Because nobody can believe this when I tell them. My girlfriend and I, we talk and we joke and we rarely listen to anything. We literally just talk, and we tell people that and they're like, no, you don't. You just drove like 1,200 miles. Like, what did you do on that drive? We talked. Like, they think I'm trying to be like romantic or something, but we actually just engage in conversation. We talk, we debate philosophical points. We get goofy. We come up with, you know, video ideas and things like that. Some of it's business, but a lot of it is not. A lot of it is we converse. Now, every night before I go to bed, I listen to, as I'm falling asleep, I listen to documentaries of some kind. I am a sponge for learning, trying to understand how the world works. And that's what I do, but not while we're driving usually. We literally just talk. Although I made her listen to Moon is a Harsh Mistress, my favorite book. But that was a forced thing. And I think we talked about it probably 3 times as long as the length of the book.
Yeah.
Because it's very philosophical. It's about polyamory and about rational anarchy, which is like a libertarian type of philosophy. And so there was a lot of interesting talking points. By the way, do not mention the libertarian thing. I don't talk politics on my pages ever. That's my, like, no politics and no religion. I don't get into any areas where like where it gets ugly. Let's see. Opinions on disc speed for beginners. Yeah, don't throw. I'm not going to comment on that. But that's funny. Yeah, double-digit speed discs don't even think about throwing them until you're throwing 400 feet. They're not going to help you. They don't fly farther. They're unpredictable. They're squirrely. They don't fly farther. They need to be thrown at about a 400. Maybe we'll say 350, but 350 to 400 feet before you're actually probably throwing high-speed discs. They just don't work. They're hard to control. You're not going to score better with them. That's for darn sure. What's my arm speed? So I don't know, but I did set the record for the world's fastest throw of 91 miles an hour back in 1998. It was with a golf weight disc. Simon, I believe, has thrown 95 miles an hour, but with a 90-gram disc. I think he got up to 89 miles an hour with a golf weight disc. So he threw almost as fast as me with a golf weight disc. I did it live on ESPN. ESPN2. When ESPN2 first came out, they were desperate for content. So they actually came out to a disc golf tournament, and I was doing a world's fastest throw competition or demonstration. World's fastest guts throw. And oh, cool. Hey, what's up? Hey, Benji Girthy, what's up, dude? I helped you get sponsored by Discraft back in the day when we were at Amworlds in Nashville. That's awesome, man. Benji Girthy. Yeah, cool, man. That makes me happy to hear. Appreciate that. If I had to replace my disc golf knuckle tattoos with 2 other words, what would they be? No, why would I ever replace them? Although it's the exact right number to put PDGA 3140. So I have considered putting my PDGA number on there as well. I decided, well, I can say I've decided not to, but I'm probably not going to. But I'm not anti the idea. Order it. Yeah. You can order the book in the Marvel now. It's fantastic. This is too cool. What cast is behind you? Stalls and Bergs. Let's see. Is it crazy? Okay. Oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. I am so happy about this. This is exceeded my expectation. Why do people keep saying there's gateway boxes behind me? Honestly, if I was going to be coming out with two Tour Series gateway discs, but I haven't announced them yet, would I really give it away by putting a gateway box behind me? I think it's just because of the blur on the camera lens, but that doesn't say gateway. It says not that I knew that you were talking about that box, by the way, but none of the boxes actually say gateway on them, because I haven't announced that I'm going to be throwing 2 gateway discs. In 3 weeks, I'll be announcing if I hypothetically was, but I won't. Mids and putters, obviously, when you get up to 300 feet with the buzz, they don't get it. Let's see. I've been playing with only mids and putters to get back up to speed. Oh my God, this is too cool. The Devil Hawk. The Devil Hawk's great. Let me tell you something about Gateway. I got something that I'm going to embarrass Dave McCormick a little bit at Gateway. But the number one reason I believe that Dave McCormick started Gateway was so his friends would have a place to work. He has spent a lifetime taking in disc golfers that were down on their luck and giving them a place to live, giving them a job, getting them back on their feet. He doesn't advertise it. He doesn't brag about it. But the amount of people that Dave McCormick has helped on a human level, it's immeasurable. It's not like 8 people. It's probably more like 108 people. And I think with him, Gateway has been a means to an end. What's really cool is that now Gateway, like, they used to have inconsistent plastic. Everybody knows this. Like, I'm not breaking any news that some of the people didn't like the inconsistencies with Gateway. They've darn near licked that problem. They are putting out some fantastic plastic. I've been throwing some of the prototypes from Gateway disc. They're really good. Like, you know, this is not what's the expression? This is not your father's gateway. No, it like Gateway is knocking it out of the park right now. So if you used to throw Gateway or tried it and decided, oh, they're just a putter company, I would encourage you to go back and give them another try because they're crushing it. What's the Marvel stickiness like? A wizard? Well, the Tour Series Marvels are in a well, it's not slick, but it's a hard plastic. Here we go. But I specifically asked Birdie Disc Golf Supply to make mine in the stiff plastic. You cannot buy the stiff plastic Marvels if you don't get them from me. So, but they're tacky. They're still grippable. So they're hard, but they're not slick. Somebody asked who my sponsor was. I have a number of sponsors. Right now, I'm throwing Castoplast. I'm throwing Marvel from Birdie Disc Golf Supply. I am throwing the Harp from Westside Discs. But I have other announcements coming soon. Basically, a whole bunch of different disc companies have all gotten on board to support this adventure, the going back out on tour and the story I'm telling and trying to see what the old guy could do. I've done all the training. I've put in all the work. I'm telling a story, and I'm mind blown because normally if a company sponsors you, they don't want another disc company to sponsor you because if other disc companies sponsor you, then they're all giving you something with no promotional value because you're promoting all of them. There's a valid reason why a disc company does not want to sponsor a mixed bag player. They're not wrong. The part that's blown my mind is that they're all sponsoring me. They're all behind. I see Dallas. I'm going to reply to you in a minute, Dallas. But they've all gotten behind me, and so I have other announcements coming out soon. Everything from RPM to, well, I don't even want to say. I got more discs coming out. Dynamic, a couple dynamic discs, and seriously, mind blown how many people are behind me. But they are my favorite disc I've ever thrown. How about this? All of them. How about that for a cop out of an answer? Probably the most special disc I've ever thrown. I mean, there's a few of them. All of my world record discs, which is I gotta go plug in. I got my power cord right here. Which is the X Clone, the XL, and then I set the sidearm roll distance record with the X2 are very special to me. The Berg has made me a finesse player for the first time in my life. But honestly, the best disc is always the disc that's going to fly the flight path for that specific hole that you're playing. Like, there are holes where the stall is the greatest disc in the world for that hole. So when I'm on that tee pad, the stall is my favorite disc ever made because that's the one that gives me the best chance to birdie. And, or actually, I'm out on the pro tour. How about best chance to par some of these holes? Some of these holes of par is really good. So it's, again, kind of a cop out of an answer, but it's a very much a true answer. I like them all. Don't forget to plug your website again. Thank you, T-Bone Bruiser. Go to scottstokely.net and make a purchase, and I will sign your disc for you if you purchase right now, or my book, although we're almost out of books. We thought 100 books would be plenty, and we've almost blown through all of them. We're very close. There's probably just a few left.
Be sure to add the signature session.
Yeah,
item.
and make sure you add signature session as an item. Or else I won't be signing them because I won't know. Oh my gosh, this is great. And we have markers still?
Markers.
I'm actually on my 5th Sharpie since I've started this video. Let's see, yeah, look at that. These Sharpies last a long time, but apparently not the rate I'm going through them.
Discs are hard on Sharpies.
Discs are they? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. RPM, Pekka Pekka. No, the Piwaka Waka. Mount Rushmore is 100% accurate. I think it's 100% accurate too, since it was my list. So of course I think I'm right. It's the nice thing about opinions. We all think we're right. So no matter what opinion you have, there's at least one person out there that agrees with you. Then Scott, the world record with an XL. Yeah, so I set the world distance record with an X clone, which is like a speed 6 disc. I threw 656 feet in no wind. And then I broke my record, 693 feet with an XL, which is like a speed 7 disc in a good, steady, like 8 to 10 mile an hour wind. It was a good steady wind, but nothing crazy. And then I set the world sidearm distance record, 568 feet with another speed 7 disc, the X2. Hardest disc golf course or tournament I ever played. God, I'll be honest. The courses that we're playing right now out on tour, they're way harder than you guys think. I think this is what I've always heard. I'm not a ball golfer, but what I've always heard is that when you watch the pros, putt on these greens at ball golf at PGA tournaments, they're putting on these greens that these greens, like a recreational player couldn't even play on. They would like they literally couldn't play on them. They're so much harder compared to like the greens at a country club course. And one more example of this is I used to bowl kind of serious, and I have like a 210, 215 average at league night. And the guy that ran the lanes said, this is nothing like the PBA Tour oil patterns. And we kept saying, well, then we want to bowl, do the PBA oil patterns one night. And he's like, no, you guys won't like it. You'll hate it. And we're like, no. And all of a sudden, so one night they did the oil patterns that the PBA Tour uses. And instead of my 215 average, I was bowling 170. Like, I had no concept of just how good professional bowlers were because I was comparing my scores to to them, but they're not even bowling on the same lanes that I was bowling on. This is what it's like on the Pro Tour. These courses are so much harder than anything else I've ever played in my life. Like, there are no courses that are this hard. You have these holes that are like, oh, it's just a 750-foot par 4, and it doesn't look that. No, there's out of bounds everywhere, and the trees are strategically placed. So if you want to go over this tree, you're putting out of bounds in play, and you have no idea how hard these courses are until you actually play them. I had no idea. Like, I'm out there playing these courses where I'm shooting par and not upset about it. And by the way, par is like 1,010 rated. That's absurd to think that you could shoot par and be 1,010 rated. So I'm having these rounds where I shoot like 2 under par, shooting like 1,025, and I'm thinking to myself, nobody that's not there understands just how good I play to shoot 2 under par. I'm walking away going, yeah, I don't even feel like I left a whole lot out there, even though I didn't birdie 16 of the holes, or 14 of the holes because I had 2 bogeys. It's unbelievable. So all the courses out there now on the Pro Tour are that hard, and it doesn't translate to television. You just can't understand. There's a whole setup where it's like that's a decent sized landing area, but the tree is in a place where if you throw over the tree, which you must do, you are putting out of bounds into play unless your precision is dead on. It's wild. So yeah, those are it's way harder than I thought. It's also the funnest I've ever had playing disc golf on courses in my life too, because I thoroughly enjoy the challenge. I enjoy parring a hole and not being mad about it, but walking away going, that's a good par. Like, that's a damn good par on that hole. Like, I can actually enjoy every hole because it's not like, oh, I got a birdie. Well, you're supposed to birdie that hole. It's like, there's no such thing. Every birdie is amazing. Every par is okay. So I'm having a blast, and the courses are hard. Very long answer to the question, but all the courses are crazy. Let's see. Have you ever blown up, get mad, and left a pro tournament? No, never. Absolutely not. I will never show you frustration on the golf course. I think it's, personally for me, it's unprofessional and distracting to other players if I blow up. My goal at every tournament is, if you're watching me, you should not know if I'm having the best round of my life or the worst round of my life based on my behavior. Like, I'm going to smile. I'm going to be polite. If I get a double bogey and, I get a 6 on a par 4 and they say, what'd you get there? My response is always, I got a 6, please. Like, that's it. So no, I will never react that way. I think that's part of my job as a professional, to behave that way. I don't mind when other players get frustrated. They have their own standard of what being a professional is. They're not wrong. These are opinions. That's how I feel. I have gotten mad one time at a tournament at a player for their behavior. And I had one argument on a course one time ever. It doesn't matter who it was, but I got into one argument because they were being an asshole, and I called them on it, and I put a big fat W on the scorecard about, like, scorecards are this big and my W is about this big around. I said, that's a warning. I was pissed off at their behavior, but I wasn't pissed off at how I was playing. I was pissed off at how they were acting. That's the only time, though. That's the only time in 20 or 30 years that I've truly gotten upset at a tournament. Now, I've cried. I've left the tournament and gone to the car and cried before, because this is really important to me. It does matter to me, but I'm not doing that on the course. That's between me and hopefully nobody watching. So yeah, no blowups ever. This is insane. Oh, let's see. Just watch YouTube video on Snap and really enjoyed it. Thanks for your insight. You're welcome. That video is based on reality. Anything else you see out there that disagrees with that is incorrect. I mean, I told you I was arrogant when I teach. But everything I'm talking about there is fact. Watch yourself in slow motion. If you plant your foot before any other part of your body moves forward, the disc will snap off your fingers and it hurts. Not in a bad way, in a good way, but you'll feel it. You'll feel the power off your fingers. Let's see. I did put an order in for 3 of your black marbles. Did you select that you want them signed? Yeah. Perfect. They're still coming. The interwebs seem to be obsessed with the Power Pocket lately. Comments on the Power Pocket. Power Pocket is an adjective, not a verb. That's the only best way I can describe it. It's like, well, the key to power is the throwing far is the Power Pocket. Well, go Power Pocket that throw. What does that mean? Power Pocket describes an area of the body where you're pulling the disc. It describes something. It does not tell you how to throw farther. If you follow my instructions, number 1, the snap video on planting first, and number 2, there's a video, search for a video where I talk about pull line. The disc will go through the, quote, Power Pocket. But I don't use the word Power Pocket because that doesn't tell you how to throw. I don't teach what happens on the throw. I teach how to do the throw. And so plant first, pull the disc across your body where you're strongest based on your pull line, and don't worry about what that region of your body is called. That's it. This is wild, right? Mm-hmm. Too cool. I love everybody that's jumped in and is here for this. I mean, this is just the neatest thing. And let's see, Power Pocket is based on individual anatomy, right? I'm not even sure what it is. It's not a verb. Here's the thing. One of the biggest mistakes that people make when teaching, and let me start by saying, I'm not knocking the people that are teaching. I was an inexperienced teacher at one time also, right? I mean, like, I had to learn to become a good teacher. I wasn't a great teacher at first. So just because someone doesn't teach well does not mean they're not going to become a good teacher. They just lack experience that I happen to have because I'm elderly. But there is the biggest problem, the number one flaw, I think, in teaching technique is people do not differentiate between what you do on a throw and what happens on the throw. Lots of things happen on a throw, but it doesn't mean you do those things. If you teach to do those things when it's something that just happens, you're teaching incorrectly. Best example I can give of this, on your plant foot. When you put your plant foot down before you throw, your foot will rotate. That is not something that you do. You don't do foot rotation. You don't rotate your front foot. You throw the disc, and as you're throwing the disc, your momentum carries your body around, causing your foot to rotate. Foot rotation is something that happens on the throw, not something you do. Just because you watch a video in slow motion and you see a pro put their plant foot down, and at some point in the throw, they go from their toe to their heel maybe and then rotate on their heel, it doesn't mean that they rotated on their heel. They threw the golf disc and their momentum caused their foot to rotate. If you teach to rotate your foot, you're teaching incorrectly. You're teaching something that happens automatically as a byproduct of the throw. So that's one of the biggest things about a lot of the teaching is that when you listen to it, read between the lines and just listen. Is it telling you what to actually do? Or is it describing what happens? If it describes what happens, then it's an interesting video analyzing throws. It's not a teaching video. Sorry if that came across arrogant. Whenever I wear glasses, I feel really smart. So it's the glasses' fault. Here we go. Ready? Now just do whatever works for you. No, I don't like that. Okay. Got my glasses on. Now I'm back to teacher mode. But that's the big difference. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with describing the region of the body as a power pocket, but it's not, doesn't tell you how to throw farther. It really, truly doesn't. At least not the way I've seen it taught. And like I said, I told you, I'm arrogant when I teach, but I'm very confident in the way I teach the game because I've stood across from thousands of people and said, do it this way. They do it that way, and it works.
Here, take a break. Hydrate.
Hydrate. Catch my breath. Yeah, see, power pocket is a body position where there's a 90-degree angle between the forearm, bicep, and elbow, and a 90-degree angle between shoulder, blah, 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 blah. Okay, it's not how I teach. I will teach you plant your foot first, and all that happens automatically. Like if you had to break down all the things that happen on a backhand, you could come up with 50 different things that happen on a backhand. I could ask this as a rhetorical question to everybody watching right now. When you try to do those 50 things, has it worked for you? Anybody? Show of hands. Has trying to do all these different angles worked for you? No. Like it's a rhetorical question. No. Watch my snap video. Plant your foot first. Watch my pull line video to tell you where to pull this across your body. Plant first. Pull it across the right part of your body, and everything you describe, you don't even have to think about it. It'll happen like magic. It'll happen automatically. So that's a promise. Oh my, literally the piles of discs are still getting bigger. This is insane. This is literally one of the funnest things I've ever done in my entire life. Like, yeah, but they just keep coming in. And I'm signing them like relatively fast.
You're like 2.5 hours behind on signing.
I just got informed that I'm literally 2.5 hours behind. This is nothing.
Yeah, this is just the first.
I'm like 2.5 hours behind on signing. I just can't even like wrap my head around how cool this is. This is so enjoyable. It's so much fun. Plant, then pull. Yes, try that. T-Bone Bruiser plug. Go to my website, T-Bone Bruiser.
Hire that man.
Yes, I would hire you to be my manager, but I have a manager. And like I stated earlier on the caddy question, my manager has duties required of them that you probably wouldn't want to sign up for. So it's 2022. You know what I have to do though? I'm going to, hey, can I ask everybody a huge favor? Point is get the nose down. I will address the nose down in a minute. Can you all guys all do me a huge favor? I got to step out. I have to go use the restroom. There's no choice. Please, everybody, chat and talk so when people come in the room, they know that I'll be back.
And you'll answer the
question.
question.
Then I'll answer the question about the nose down. too. So, all right. Are you on camera? Hello. Let's see how many people left while I was gone. Oh my God, there's the exact same numbers when I left. Oh no, 87. So I thought I didn't have my old man glasses on, so I lost a few people. Gone for a pee. Yeah, I know, right? I wish there's got to be a more professional way of saying that. I'm going to powder my nose.
I've got solutions. You just don't want them.
Isn't that what they used to say back in the old days?
Uh-huh.
That can be misinterpreted too, especially if you've read my book. So do not misinterpret that. Okay, so keeping the nose down on a disc. Oh God, this is another one. Ready? How about if I get incredibly arrogant when I say this? Everyone gets this one wrong. And I base this on the fact that nobody I work with throws with the nose up when they're done. I show them how to do it. I'll make this real brief, and I got to stop signing for a second, but it's worthy. Actually, this is one of my videos that are coming out. There are 5 different things that can put the nose up on a disc. It's irrelevant what those things are because those are things that happen. That isn't how I teach. I teach, here's what you do, and it makes things work. Everything comes down to one basic idea, and this is it. Not imagine, the part of your body between the elbow and wrist does not swivel this direction, okay? It does not swivel. Instead, your elbow and your wrist are hinges. The wrist is a hinge that goes this way. The elbow is a hinge that goes this way. If you throw and don't worry about the angles of your wrist and like it's all going to happen if you plant first and pull across the pull line. But if your arm moves this direction and ultimately your wrist moves this direction, the disc cannot go nose up. If you throw like this and then you continue that motion here with your hand parallel to the ground, meaning your arm never swiveled this direction, the disc cannot leave your hand and then just go nose up. It's impossible. Impossible. Everything comes down to that swivel. If you swoop, look at my elbow to wrist. If you swoop, your wrist has swiveled. If you start with the disc at this angle and pull it to flat, your wrist is swiveling. If you dip on your steps down and up, you swivel. If you follow through this way, you swiveled. If you swivel your wrist, your forearm, the nose goes up. If your forearm does not swivel at any point during the throw, the nose cannot go up on the disc. Every single person, if there's anybody here that came to one of my seminars, will tell you, every single person, when we eliminate the swivel, and nobody in the world uses the word swivel, if you eliminate the swivel, the disc comes out flat. It cannot not come out flat. It all comes down to that. So you start with the disc flat. The disc stays flat. See where your wrist is right here? When you follow through, you continue in that same motion. You'll see people step up on the T-pad without the disc, and they'll be like this. They'll be like looking at the throw, like going through the motions like this. Even some pros will step up on the T-pad and they'll be like, yeah, I'm going to throw like this. Not one professional disc golfer throws like that because the nose will go up and the disc won't fly well and you don't get good. They all do this. So the most politically incorrect thing I'm going to say on this video, but there's no better way to put this. If you are smacking someone upside the side of their head, and for the purpose of, it's 2022, let's say, if you're smacking some dude who's larger than you, right? Let's be clear, you're hitting some guy who's bigger than you, but you're smacking him across the face. You would never smack them like this, whack. That's not how you smack somebody. You smack them like that. If you do this and fall through that direction without this part of your arm swiveling, your nose will not go up. Period. It can't. I just gave away the biggest secret in disc golf. Now everybody's going to not come to my seminars because they don't need to. But that's...
Buy super stickers.
Buy super stickers. Yeah, as soon as your nose goes up. Or hey, once you go out tomorrow and you do that and you follow through without turning your hand up and you're out swiveling and the nose doesn't go up, join my Patreon.
There you go.
All right, so there we go. Wonder what's in those gateway boxes. Why does people keep saying that there's gateway boxes back
Must
there?
be the lighting in this room.
It must be the lighting. Why would I have gateway boxes? I haven't announced 2 tour series gateway discs. Like, I've not said one word that I'm going to be throwing rollers with the assassin or my Heiser approaches with a wizard. Like, I haven't announced that to anybody. Why would you think that there's gateway boxes behind me? Stop spreading vicious lies. My God, people and their
Conspiracy theories.
They're conspiracy theories. Yeah, first you're going to say I didn't land in Vermont, and then you're going to say there's a gateway box behind me. I don't understand where people get this stuff. Come late, hope all went well. It's going amazing, William Lawrence, but it's all going fantastic. Disc golf conspirators. I know. By the way, one of my goals in life, I keep knocking things off my bucket list and then adding like 8 more things as I go. But I want to start a conspiracy theory, like a really good one that like catches on. And I haven't thought of it yet. Like the best one, like recent one, is that birds aren't real. That there's no such thing as birds. They're actually just government surveillance drones. Like the reason that they all line up and stand on power lines is because that's how they recharge. Like, God, I could have come up with that one, but I didn't. The slap the land method. They'll never throw nose up. I know a guy who can hook you up with Guar stamped wizards. So do I. The Guar is the greatest band that's ever lived. Although I do like the Antwood, so sorry. That's also kind of a weird pick, but I also like Broadway musicals. Everybody thinks I'm joking when I say that, but it's true. Conspiracy. Chris Dickerson is actual robot chicken. Here's a conspiracy. Chris Dickerson is might be the best player in the world right now. He's certainly one of 3. And with, I would say with Calvin like right on their tail. So I'd say 1 of 4. We'll put Calvin in that list, but Dickerson's that's playing some damn good golf right now. By the way, Eagle's on the list when he comes back too. He's injured, but when Eagle's healthy, Eagle's as good as anyone in the world as well. Not that that's news to anybody. Let's see. Like Big Germ, Paul Macbeth has left eye ptosis? I never heard of that. Let's see. Hambrick is Climo in disguise. Chris Dickerson is so good right now. He is. I shot with the kid too. He's wow. Do you change up your routine from an early morning round or just get up earlier? Well, fortunately, I've been playing well enough where I get to shoot like in the afternoon, which is great. I get to tee off afternoon, which I don't mind one bit. No, I don't change anything. Routines don't change. Doesn't matter if
You
it's
don't
morning.
have routines.
Well, I don't have a routine either. Yeah, I show up, get warmed up, and play. Let's see. If I could play with anyone on a card, disc golfer or not, who would it be? If I could play with anybody on a card, probably you.
I don't even play.
I know. Well, you could be my caddy, so you'll be my caddy. Yeah, probably Charles Darwin.
Ew, that's a good one. We could have conversations.
Yeah, but let's not go into any rabbit. I don't want any haters out here. So, but gonna hopefully get to the Galapagos this year, like in November. The plan right now, as soon as the tour's over, I'm driving to Miami. I'm hopping on a plane, and we're flying to Easter Island. How wild is that? So, and then from there to the Galapagos. Thank you. Will I get a top? I will get a top 10 this year. That's like, I'm positive. Like I'm playing decent golf. I mean, the last 3 tournaments I'm shooting right around 1,010, 1,012. I mean, that's not what it needs to be, but that's not, it's not terrible. Like, that's good enough golf where I can get hot and shoot 1,050 for a tournament. I'm positive of this. I believe with all my heart. that I can do this. And in fact, hope that's the E. coli. No, E. coli is, let's see, amount disc score for FPO. I will be doing it. So yeah, so the E. coli, like it's gone. Like I took all the antibiotics and I felt better, and I'm having, like the last few days, I'm having some problems that are just, they seem kind of similar, but it wasn't bothering me at the tournament or anything like that. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how this stuff works. So I am going to be going to the doctor tomorrow to check it out. I don't think it's anything serious. I feel good. I mean, you guys can see if you're sitting here with me, it's not like I'm hurting. Who is the Eagles Crossing skins card? Will you carry my discs on that vacation? I'll have a bag full of discs because I'm going to be playing some tournaments in South America this winter. That's my plan. I don't know if there are any, but I know there's probably one in Colombia because they got some courses in Medellin that are supposedly pretty darn good.
Well, we'll probably run doubles or something if there's no tournament.
Oh yeah, I'll do some clinics down there for sure. Eagles Crossing skins. It's me, Brody, Calvin Heimberg, and Eagle McMahon. And if Eagle can't make it, it's going to be Simon. But that's the biggest skins match in the history of disc golf. And I get to be a part of it. It's going to be so fun. Cheers from Deutschland. Is that near Germany?
The cricket. Did you hear the cricket?
What?
There was literally a cricket.
There was literally when I said that, you could hear crickets outside. That's
don't forget about your charity for Eagles Crossing.
Oh yeah, at Eagles Crossing, it's good. Eagles Crossing is going to be fantastic. When they asked me to play, I said I would play, but then they had to donate all of my prize money to Hope for Autism, an organization in Farmington, Missouri. And they were like, "Yeah, of course we'll do that." I mean, doesn't matter. So, how do you order discs? Go to scottstokely.net. Order discs, books, whatever you want, but make sure when you order, if you want them signed right now, you'll have to select the
signature session.
Signature session. Thank you very much. The signature session item, add it to your cart. That way we know that you want it signed. Loved your video with Simon at Maple Hill. I did too. I got a lot of wonderful press off that. If you wanted to hear something really funny, you guys, that'll just totally crack you up, totally blew Simon's mind. So Simon has the most popular vlog of any disc golfer in the world. I mean, Joe Mez gets more views and stuff, but as far as player vlogs, Simon is number one. His second most video of all time is a video with him and Paul from like 4 years ago. So it's been out for 4 years. Was like at 500,000. His third most popular video was like at 400,000. But his second most video was at 500,000. He shot that video with me at Maple Hill, and we hit 900,000 views in the first month. So I basically doubled his second most popular video is the video with me and him playing that course. And he made a lot of ad revenue off that. And I told him last time I saw him, I said, "Simon, you never even gave me any money for all that ad revenue." And he said, "Scott, you never even gave me money for all that exposure." Kind of hard to argue with that. So we called it a wash. Like, what does Adriana think about entering into the disking ecosphere? What's your biggest challenge hanging out with me?
Boy, that's a loaded question.
It's a loaded question.
No, actually, it's been super easy. The disc golf community is like the most amazing people I've ever met. And I had a lot of access to people, I guess, before because I was a nomad. So I traveled and met people all the time. And just these are the best people in the world. So
yep,
it's been super easy and tons of fun.
Yep. So basically, she said it's the best people she's ever met in the entire world. I told her what the disc golf people were like when we first started traveling, and she thought I was full of shit because people always they have this idea that, oh, the guys in my bowling league are the coolest guys, or the people at my work, like people have this they think that their group is better than other people's groups, and I'm like, no, this disc golf world that I live in is not like anything you've ever seen. And would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, 100%.
It's not like anything else we've ever seen. We had, this is one of the first, this is a story that she would tell, but we were at, we had problems. Our Jeep wouldn't start. And we were at a restaurant and we didn't know what to do because we had to do a seminar the next day. And so I posted to the local disc golf Facebook page, hey, we're having problems with our Jeep. Can anybody help? Someone said they would. By the way, it was her Jeep. It's her Jeep. It's in her name. We're at the restaurant. The guy shows up at the restaurant. It's like, hey, I came by. And she didn't know any of this was happening. He goes, yeah, I'm here. I was going to work on the Jeep. And I go, oh, cool. Here's the keys. And I toss him the keys. And he leaves with the keys to her Jeep to go back to the course while we're having dinner. And she's like, did
you just give my Jeep away?
She's like, did you just give my Jeep away? And I'm like, no. I just gave him the key so he could work on it. She goes, friend of yours? I'm like, no, never met him before. And she's like, what? You can't do that. And I'm like, yeah, in my world, I can. And by my world, I mean our world and your world. And she's like, are you sure? I'm like, just don't worry about it. It reminded me of that scene from Goodfellas where they're at the wedding and all the people in the mafia are like putting all the money in the envelopes and putting it there. And his new wife is like worried. She's like, well, there's all this like cash sitting around. And he just laughs and is like, nothing's going to happen to it here, because that his world was different than her world. And that's kind of what it was like.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, she's been a bit mind blown by the whole thing, but it's just what we've always known, all of us who play. And let's see, this is, oh my God, this is still insane. And there's still 106 people in here. This is wild. And Jordan Walker Disc Golf. I'm looking over at Instagram too. Sorry to ignore the Instagram. I'm getting less comments there. So I'm not trying to ignore. Well, let's see. Just dropping by to say hi. Can't really listen here at the bar. Keep up the hard work, Scott. Tell everybody at the bar I said hi. Say afternoon, everybody. And when they shout out Norm or they shout out Scott. Oh, did he fix the Jeep? Yeah, of course. That was a given. He called us and said it's there, and that he told us where he hid the keys, and we went and picked it up. And that's the way our world works. We take care of each other. We're a family. This Frisbee family is a family. But it's no, I didn't play it all in Bowling Green because I'm working on reinventing my putts. I'm not even throwing. I'm just putting for like another week. The only thing I'm doing is I'm fatiguing my arm before putting because I'm trying to figure out, because that's the problem. I'm putting with a fatigued arm all the time. But that's it. So love the content. Keep it coming. Remember, if you want to order something, go to scottstokely.net. Make sure you select Signature Session and we'll get you in. We'll get all your stuff signed. Ever play any courses down here in Louisiana? Yeah, I mean, I've played all over Louisiana, everywhere from Shreveport, Baton Rouge. Oh God, if I start naming cities, I'll mess up. But I've played, I'm probably at least a half dozen. You ever play Roscoe Ewing in Ohio? Did I know Leroy Jenkins? I did know Leroy Jenkins. I have played Roscoe Ewings. I actually have run multiple events out at Roscoe. And one of the interesting, how many tournaments you will win this year? Which tournament do you have the best odds of winning? I'm going to answer that in the question, Sam. The last time I ran an event at Roscoe, it was interesting because I ran a doubles event. Well, I did a clinic for an hour, then I ran a doubles event. And we're middle of playing the event, and all of a sudden there's an ambulance driving right down the middle of the course, right down the fairway. It's like, that's not good. One of the players at Roscoe got stung by a bee, wasn't allergic before, but got stung by a bee, walked a few feet and collapsed and ended up getting rushed to the hospital. They called the ambulance. And so after that, I started advertising my seminars as extreme sports because, you know, you could die at one of my events. That's how extreme my doubles events were. But he didn't. He lived. He did very well. I actually went to see him even in the hospital. How many tournaments will I win this year, and which tournaments do I have the best odds of winning? So it's going to be interesting because in the last 2 years, up until this year, I was traveling around the country playing MP40 and MP50. and I won exactly 70% of the tournaments that I played. I'm 52, but most of them were MP40, and I won 70% of the tournaments that I played. We've gone full circle now, not just playing open tournaments, because I played I played 4 open tournaments last year, and I won one of them up in Fargo. But this is not the Pro Tour. So how many tournaments do I expect to win this year? Every tournament I play, I expect to win. I don't ever not think I'm going to win. My goal is my goal is to win all of them, but realistically, I want to win one. I want to win a DGPT tournament. I want to shock the world. I won't shock myself because I will have thought I was going to win before I started. But that's my goal. I really want to. As far as what course it's going to be, I don't know. I can't tell you. I mean, I think there's a fair chance on all the courses. The long courses are maybe, I was going to say a little bit harder, but like I'm still throwing, like I can still comfortably get one out there 550 if I need to. So it's not like I'm terribly lacking in power. I still throw sidearms 500, but that's not as far as some of the power throwers on the actual power courses. Those are a little bit tougher answer. So I know that Deutschland is Germany. I was kidding. Scott, you just birdied hole 7 at Plymouth Creek and did a video on it. Sweet. But yeah, so I plan on winning a tournament this year. Yo, Scott Stokely. I don't. I'll get demonetized if I read your text, so I won't. But it's accurate. I'm not that old. All right, let's see here. Saw that the course in Ohio. If you were going to recommend a state to travel to play disc golf, what state or states would you go to? It's a fantastic question. I mean, it used to be really simple because there were like you would go to the Carolinas or Michigan, or there were courses out in California. But now there's good courses everywhere. You know, like I would say, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to give a little bit of a different answer. If you're going to travel to play disc golf, I'm going to say go to Utah, Montana, and Idaho. And the reason I say to go there isn't because the courses are better or worse. There's fantastic courses everywhere. But there's something, to me, I like backcountry stuff. I like camping. I like backpacking. I like hiking. I like being in nature. And there's something special about being in places where you have a beautiful drive through the mountains and you're playing like in the Rocky Mountains. Like there's nothing to compare to that. I know it's ridiculous to get more discs. So that's where I would say to go. But just because there's more things to do than just disc golf that are special. Maine has 73 courses. I mean, there's great courses everywhere. I mean, it's just, you know, Maine's got all the private courses. Private courses are awesome because at a private course, you need to make a good course or else you go out of business. It's a business, which means you're going to have, on average, I think you're going to get better courses. So Maine has a culture that is just set up perfectly for there to be great courses there. Have I tried Garrett Gerthy's beef jerky? Garrett Gerthy's beef jerky is fantastic. I could not endorse it even stronger. Come here and play in Japan. My plan is this next spring, I want to be in Japan in April. We want to go see the cherry blossoms all over Japan for the month of April. So if possible, depending on things that are happening in the world now, and hopefully the things are better, we will be in Japan next April. Now, I don't know how much disc golfing I'll be doing because we'll be going out to the country to do the cherry blossom thing. Yeah, I think people are going to enjoy the books. Quick plug, you can order the book or all my Tour Series discs on my website. If you choose Signature Session, I will sign the discs as they come in. Just play De La Vega. Okay, De La Vega. Let me tell you something about the Poison Oak. You all have no idea, like, if you play De La Vega, how there isn't Poison Oak there. It used to be absolutely, utterly horrific, the Poison Oak. It was so bad there. Y'all want to hear an embarrassing story? Let's do a poll. I'd be happy to share a very embarrassing story of myself. but y'all have to let me know if you want to hear it, because it's embarrassing. So let's see what you guys want to think. You want me to keep it to myself so I protect my image? Or should I share all like I typically do? Story time, yes. Want to hear? Okay, I'm going to tell the story. Yep, want to hear. All right, so here's the story. All right, now let me see. I got to stand up to tell this story. All right, now I'm going to stand right here in the right place. Okay, so here's the story I'm going to tell, and it's really, really embarrassing because I was like 15 years old at the time. But I got poison oak. I got poison oak all over my body. By the way, do you know this story?
I don't think so.
Okay. This is terrible. Y'all are gonna, God, please don't share this. Like, please don't clip this and share this to your social media. But I was at 15 years old. I was at De La Vega. They used to have terrible poison oak. And I was on a hole. I still remember the hole. At the time, it was like hole. Actually, I don't remember. It was like 5A. But I had to, like, I'm covered in head to toe in poison oak at this point. I'm itching everywhere. And I had to take a leak. And as I go to take a leak, I walk over away from everybody. Now, remember, I'm 15 years old. Picture back when you were 15 years old, just how insecure you were and like at life and the world in general. That's relevant to the story. Because if it happened now, I wouldn't even be embarrassed. It'd be hilarious. But at the time, I was crushed. So I'm covered in poison oak. I got to go to the bathroom. And so I wander off to go to the bathroom. And as I go to the bathroom, I itch really bad. And so I'm scratching my itch. So I go over to take a leak. I stand up like this, and I'm scratching myself like this. And I'm scratching myself, and I'm scratching myself. And I turned around, and I look, and everybody in my group was watching me. Did that translate to video?
Yeah, quite well, actually.
Yeah. Now, again, if it happens to me, it's funny. When it happened to 15-year-old me, it was one of the most horrific moments of my teenage life.
And sorry for anybody who just joined and does not know what that was.
Yes, if you just joined and don't know who that is. So anyways, yeah, De La Vega used to have worse poison oak than it does now. Just ask 15-year-old Scott Stokely. He'll tell you all about it. Can't believe I just shared that on video. I must be like delirious from signing. I just got it. You signed the disc already? Just got in. I'm still signing right now. I still got it. Like, I haven't stopped signing for 2 hours.
Stacks.
I got stacks and stacks, and this is not all of them. This is not even close. Like I still got multiple stacks of discs and books. But we have.
That's because he went to go get more.
Oh, is that where he went?
Yeah, he took off.
Did he go to get more discs?
Mm-hmm. He had to go print the other orders.
Oh, he had to go print the other orders. Jesus. Yeah. Like, there's like, oh my God, this is insane. This is great. Any Florida courses I enjoy? I haven't played, I played less Florida courses than anything. I loved Gainesville. I thought Gainesville was a really good course. The courses were fairly wide open. I have heard the courses in Jacksonville are phenomenal, and I'm sure there's others that are great now, but I haven't been back in a while. So I'm not the most knowledgeable on that. I know. Lost a lot of viewers with that last one. Did I really lose them? Would that either lost a lot of viewers or maybe gained a few? Diamond X in Billings, Montana. Diamond X is amazing. That is in eastern Montana. That's the best course. Although you start going west, there's course after course that's good. But there's just something special about playing up in the mountains. There's great, the people that play disc golf are the best everywhere, but the culture of people in Idaho, Montana, and Utah, like, if I had to pick any place that I was going to live, which I'm never going to live in one place ever, but if I had to, for some reason I got sick and I couldn't travel anymore and had to pick a place, it would probably, honestly, I would probably lean towards Idaho. I love North Idaho. I loved Sandpoint people. If you ever want to play good disc golf and you want one destination that's pure beauty, but also the most amazing disc golf, go to North Idaho. There's a property called Farragut that has 5 disc golf courses that share one parking lot. Now, one of them's a little like tiki, like, you know, little like short par 2 course, and one of them's fairly open. 3 of them are awesome. But there's fantastic courses at Farragut. And then if you drive like 45 minutes north, you'll go to up in Sandpoint is Caliber. And Caliber is a private disc golf course that is one of the most special places on planet Earth. So you bet. Thanks, man. No, tell your wife to put cellophane on it. You'll have dinner when you're damn good and ready. By the way, don't listen to my relationship advice. It's a bad idea. But thank you for stopping by. So anyways, yeah, so I would say the North Idaho is like in a very small area, and the people are just the best. They're best everywhere, but I love the North Idaho crew. Is just, they're special. It's a special group of people up there. I love them to death. So I'm actually getting better at the reading thing. Idaho has winters, Scott. Okay, so here's the thing about winters. We're going to South America this winter. In fact, just this morning, I said to Adriana, I hope, because it's warm out, I said that may have been our last winter ever, because I want to go south of the equator every winter from now on. So our plan is to go to South America this coming winter and New Zealand. And so, yeah. But I still like North Idaho. Thanks for the Farragut tip. Farragut and Caliber, both of them. Yep, I've been to Billings, Montana multiple times. I've run events out there. I think I played a tournament out there, maybe. I don't recall. No.
Oh, Helena. Not
Helena was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know. Not Billings. I think I played Billings. No, I think I did some clinics out there. It's K3, the premium plastic. No, it's not the premium plastic. It is more of like a DX-ish plastic. It gets beaten up. It's a little bit of an understable disc, but I personally prefer it. I love that disc when it gets I just love the Berg. Do you have a course log like Avery Jenkinson's website? So I've played less courses than probably anybody would imagine, someone in my position, like with all the traveling I've done, because whenever I travel, I never play non-tournament courses ever. If I'm in town to play a tournament, like and I got 3 days to practice, like I would never play a round of golf on a different course, because that's one less round of practice on the tournament course. And now that I've gotten older and these tournament courses on the tour are so hard and so long that I have a finite number of throws in me. So the idea that I would do, like even on my days off in between towns, the idea that I would use some of the allotted throws that my body's giving me on a non-disc golf course, I just can't do it. It just doesn't I would be like wasting throws. So I still have probably, like I've done 500 clinics at 500 different courses where I've run events on. So I mean, I'm sure I've played 1,000 courses, but with the amount of traveling and touring I've done, it could have been way higher if I was actually trying to play courses. I could have been in the several thousand now. This is amazing. This is so great. Everybody that has messaged has been so great. Totally agree with Anthony. Let's see. K3 is a step up from a base or DX. No, I'm sorry. It is a step up. It is better than DX plastic, but it is not a highly durable, like pure polyurethane or polypropylene plastic, which is like the champion plastic that doesn't get beat up. These get beat up. They definitely will get beaten in. One day I'll be the John Madden of disc golf commentary. I think commentary would be a lot of fun. The problem is I don't keep up with the tour as well as most people. You know, when I'm doing my teaching and I'm traveling, like I don't keep up that well. Which means I'm educated talking about their techniques, the strategy, the mental game, telling stories from the old days. But what I'm not able to do is talk current with about current players as well as some of the other players are doing. One nice thing is that, I mean, Sexton is fantastic, but whether it's DOS or whether it's Philo, like, they're getting better every single week that they do commentary. German, Uli, I mean, this is new to everybody. But I think some of the complaints about the commentary early on was valid, but like, we didn't have professional commentators, and a professional commentator didn't know anything about disc golf, right? So I think the criticism was valid. I don't think it is anymore. I think everyone does a really good job on commentary, you know, and they're going to get better still.
They're also getting better at having stats available for color and all that kind of stuff too. So
yeah, everything's better. Everything about it is getting better. Disc golf's knocking it out of the park. The DGPT is knocking it out of the park. Would I have my signing my Berg, your tour series? I don't mind at all. Make sure that when you sign up, when you order it, make sure you select signature session in on the sign up. Ideally, how many days would you recommend throwing, and how many throws to not throw your arm out? It depends on the length. But to a number on it for a middle-aged 40 to 60, you know, you have to listen to your body. You know, I have no idea how many throws your body has in it. The thing is, like, when I don't throw hard, I could throw forever. Like, I did that 52,000 foot hole. I also did a 55,000 foot hole, and I am still alive. I did a 55,000 foot hole in Death Valley, and you know, these are like 9.8 and 10.5 mile golf holes. And I just kept it to 300 foot throws. And everybody afterwards was like, oh my God, is your arm exhausted? Because it was like 175 or 200 throws. And they're like, is your arm exhausted? It's like, not even a little bit. Like, I could throw 200 throws, 300 feet. It doesn't hurt at all. 5 throws at 550 feet, and my arm feels like it's like a wet noodle hanging off my body. So it's not for me personally, it's the throwing hard that's the problem, not just throwing. Hello, Foxy Lady. I love your screen name, by the way. As a newbie, 50 years old, loving the commentary from Jomez and Discman Golf. Yeah, I mean, everybody's doing a fantastic job, right? Do I think the $1 million contracts are helping the sport at all? I don't know if they're helping the sport. I mean, maybe getting more exposure to bring more people in. The thing is, they're worth it. And they're not worth it because they're good at disc golf. They're worth it because they move the meter. If you're a disc company that was going to make $10 million profit, but if you bring in this player, because you brought them in, you're going to make $12 million profit. In other words, your profit increase by bringing this player in is $2 million. Well, then how much is that player worth? If you pay them $1 million, it's not an unfair amount of money. The player got $1 million to throw frisbees in a park, but the company, even after paying them $1 million, made an additional $1 million more than they would have made because they brought that player in. So it's absolutely, it's great. And ultimately, the manufacturers are making all the money, or not all the money, but a large portion of the money. So I think any place where the players, upon recognizing their value, are able to make money, like, that's a good thing. They deserve it. You know, they move the meter on sales. Back when the sport was smaller, I actually had the first like real legitimate disc golf contract where I was making real money. And this is, by the way, I wrote about this in my book. But in the mid 90s, Discraft was giving me $40,000 a year to play disc golf. I was doing clinics around the country. I was setting world records with discs. I was increasing their sales. The sport was much smaller. It's like a tenth of the size it is now. But I was generating sales for Discraft and actually getting paid for it. Like I'm the first disc golfer that went out and could buy a house off disc golf earnings. Wasn't off prize money. I made like 10 grand a year in prize money and probably spent $10,001 on travel expenses. So I didn't make money there, but the business side I made money. So the fact that I was getting paid by the company that's making the money off my throwing their discs was fair. It was how it should be. When I sign one, I say, see ball, get ball. I like the way you think. Let's see. Amazing Ambassador Sport Award is charities help out. Thank you. I love the organizations that I work with. They're all great. Did he really go to pull more orders?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is insane. Like he literally went to go print a bunch more orders. Woo, it's wild. But I have very good deals with the companies that I'm working with on the tour discs. You know, you buy a tour series disc, you'll notice it costs a few bucks more than a normal disc. Like I get that money. And you know, if you sell enough discs at an extra $3 here, $3 there, like you know, the money adds up. Like I'm doing well, not getting rich, but I'm not struggling. I'm making a very comfortable living. I mean, when I give away my prize money, like, well, this year I haven't won much prize money, but last year when I was giving away 100% of my prize money and I was winning tournaments in MP40, I'd win $500, $700, $300, $900. And I gave, and all that prize money, the tournament director sent to a local autism organization. The reason I was able to do that was because I am doing well with my teaching and my business. It's not like, you know, it's not like I'm taking food out of our mouths to, you know, give to these organizations like I'm just some pure altruist. It's like, no, I'm in a position where I can do good things, but I'm in that position because I have health insurance. You know, like I have health insurance. I can afford the hotels I stay in. If the transmission goes out, I can fix it, right? Which is like, I don't know what else you need, but it's enough for me. So $1 million contract, you know, I'm not going to sign with a disc company, but, you know, my teaching and selling tour series merchandise. And then, by the way, other things too. I have patrons that signed up for my Patreon because they're because of all the content I put on YouTube. You go to patreon.com/Scott Stokely. And you can sign up for $7, $14, or $21 a month. It's just month to month. And again, it's not, I don't consider that like a donation, like, so I need support on tour. What I consider that is I'm giving you all free content every single day on YouTube. I'm helping your golf games get better. If you want to reciprocate and want to like show that, well, like buying merchandise is a way of, you know, appreciating the stuff that I give. But Patreon's another one. And I get book sales, and YouTube sends some ad revenue. It's less than you would think, but it's not nothing. So I'm doing okay. Transparency on who you are or what you're doing. It helps those youngers make informed decisions.
That's what Craig Leva stories.
What?
Let's hear a Craig Leva story.
You want to hear a Craig Leva story? I'll tell a Craig Leva story. This is one of the 3 best disc golfers in Southern California when I was growing up in the 80s. Unfortunately for Craig, Craig suffered from depression, and he took his own life about 15 years ago. He was a incredibly great guy. Everyone that knew him thought he was a really good guy. Because of his depression, as is the case with mental illness, he like most people in that position could occasionally maybe rub some people the wrong way. But you know, if you have depression or you're bipolar or you have issues with anxiety, these are physical mental health issues, but it manifests itself in a way where some people who don't understand it might form opinions about you based on that. Whether that's fair or not, I can't say. But that, you know, if you knew Craig, you got to know him. He was a good guy. He had a big heart. He cared about his friends. So my favorite story about Craig Leva is when I was like 14 and he was like 15. And he had the body of a grown man. I mean, he was like 6'3" and just built like a brick shithouse, right? The expression goes. And like I was like probably 6'3" also, and I weighed like 8 pounds. So we're on the tee pad of a hole at Oak Grove Park, and there's these two like deadbeats standing like leaning against the bathroom wall smoking or something, whatever. And I set my bag down to throw, and they walked over and grabbed my bag and ran off with my golf bag. And these are both adults, and I'm 15 years old and like 14 or 15, and so is Craig. And they stole my golf bag, but they're grown-ups. There's not a damn thing I can do about it, but they took off running. I look over, and Craig is chasing these guys. And so I kind of start running along, but hoping they don't stop because I'm a scared little kid. Craig wasn't. Craig was going to take him out. So Craig chases them, and he's stopping, and he's picking up rocks off the ground the size of baseballs and throwing it at these grown men. Like, and like they turned around, and I swear to you, they were not, when they saw Craig chasing after him, they didn't see a 15-year-old kid. They saw someone that was about to kick the shit out of him. And they just bolted, but I never got my golf bag back. So anyways, but yeah, so Craig chasing two grown men through Oak Grove Park is a memory that is probably my favorite memory of Craig. But yeah, he was a good guy. I miss him.
Explain the signature session, put the cart and all that.
Okay, had to figure out, here's what you do. Click on the signature session and then go to the checkout, and then Scott will sign. Okay, thank you. Yep. Craig was a baller. Craig was great. I mean, he's great. Who is the funniest player that's currently on tour? It's freaking Calvin Heimberg. I'm telling you, that guy is, well, okay, I haven't hung out with everybody on tour. I know Greg Barsby is hilarious. No, I'm going to go two. Calvin Heimberg is funny, and the funniest non-intentionally funny guy ever is Matty O. Matty O is one of the coolest. I love that guy. That guy is amazing. He's hilarious. He's funny, but he doesn't try to be. He's just from the deep, deep, deep South Bayou, and when he's just being him, he's funnier than any person out there trying to be funny. So I'm going to give the silver medal to Calvin Heimberg, and I'm going to give the gold medal to Matty O. And I'll put Barsby in third place. Barsby's hilarious. Is it? Let's see, where are we at? Like, we still have 98 people in the room. I don't mind hanging out with you guys. I mean, I'm just signing discs. If
You're gonna be doing this.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing. I'll be
anyway.
doing this anyways because everybody was purchasing, and so I don't mind. Hey Scott, it's Bobby Carl. I'm still waiting my free disc package. I keep telling me to send me your number, Bobby. I can't wait to talk to you. I hope you're doing amazing. And this is the first time I've been around discs. I've been traveling, and I don't carry discs with me when I travel. This is a warehouse in Georgia, and I haven't been here. God, it's been almost a year. It's been over a year since I've been in the warehouse so I wouldn't even have had discs even if I wanted to send them. Send me your phone number. I want to catch up though. Bobby lived across the street from me. Let's see, if a song played every time I walked onto the first tee, what would it be? What? Yeah, it would, yeah. So my favorite song of all time is Rainbow Connection. The original sung by Kermit the Frog, even though the Me First and the Gimme Gimme's version is pretty great. But the Kermit the Song, Rainbow Connection, my absolute number one favorite song ever. If you haven't listened to it, it's at the beginning of the Muppet movie where Kermit's sitting on a log singing. It's just a perfect song. Rock climbing community, misfits and heartfelt folks. Learning the disc golf community. Absolutely. Are you seriously still signing discs? I am still signing discs. Look, I don't want to. I mean, if orders keep coming in, like, I'm not going to stop. Like, this is how I am. Yeah, it's cool to see you too, Bobby. Like, yeah, I mean, so I'm signing discs anyway, so I could disconnect. And if I disconnect, like, I can just go ahead and just sit here and sign. But like, why not? If 100 people want to hang out with me while we do it, let's do it. Do I sell discs at my clinics and training sessions? So I haven't had discs with me all year. Actually, it's not entirely true. I've had my throwing stock, so I had a couple to sell here and there, but I haven't had them But when I leave here, I will be leaving with a stack of discs. So yeah, the Marvel's like a P2. It's a beadless throwing putter. It flies basically perfectly straight. It does not fade at all. It says here the fade is 1. I think the fade is closer to 0. I mean, it's only 1 because there's no such thing as a disc with a 0 fade. They all fade some. It's the flight characteristics of a flying disc that they fade when they run out of spin and speed. But it is as close to 0 as there is in a beveled edge disc. Let's see. I'm going to share this on Facebook groups. Get a seat pad. Do it. I'm down, man. You can shit. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is my job. This is my living. And so if people are here and want to hang out, I'm not going to tell you to stop ordering.
But if you do, make sure to put the signature item.
Yeah. Make sure if you order, you pick the signature. Yeah, that would be fun. When I get back to LA, it would be great to connect with you, Bobby. I would love that very much. Let's see. When I'll be heading to the Bay Area. Well, I'll be there after like in 3 weeks. I'll be at De La Vega and I'll be at the OTB in Stockton. So I will be around. Let's see. When are we headed to the Bay? Let's see. Order a disc. So if I order a disc while live, will it get signed? Yes, it will. Absolutely.
Add the signature.
Yeah, make sure you purchase the item called Signature Session. Like it's $1 for like everything. Like it's not about the dollar. It's just about that lets me know that you want it to sign. The easiest way to set it up was simply to make it an item, but you got to click it to add to your cart. Man goes broke. Add the $1 signature. What's the best tournament I played in and what was the first? The best tournament I've ever played in my entire life is every single DGPT event this year. I am freaking mind blown at the professionalism and like, oh God, it's just like there's no.
Oh, I thought I could start.
Oh, you're gonna start. Oh, I thought you were gonna block.
No, I was going to start on the screen.
Okay. Yeah, like every tournament on the DGPT is like nothing I've ever played before. And that's not to take away from what the World Championships and what major tournaments have done in the past. The sport has evolved. And when it evolves, you get bigger, you have more sponsors, you have more money, you have larger clubs, you have more volunteers, you got more people that have been doing this longer. So it's the natural progression. It's just the way it is. And so I think the DGPT events that are running right now. Disc Golf Noob. Give me 1 sec. I think the tournaments are the best they've ever been right now. And I think they'll be better in 5 years. Like it's going to keep evolving. But the DGPT is mind blowing, like blowing my mind how great they are. I'm doing a disc signing. If you go to scottstokely.net, you can purchase the disc or my books. I've actually been signing nonstop for 2 hours and 44 minutes. Not nonstop, we're chatting. But as long as I'm signing, I figure I could hang out with everybody. So good Johnny McRae stories. I don't think I have any good stories. I do not know Johnny very well at all. I know that he went out and was putting today. And he got to get back on the course. And, I wish him the best. I mean, the only disc golfer that's never lost is Father Time. And when we get older, these things happen to us. And Johnny had a heart attack and he's out and about and doing well. But it's going to be a while before he's able to play. And as far as how much of his game he gets back, we don't know. And it's unfortunate. But it's something that all of us are going to face. You hope it's later rather than sooner. But I mean, it's going to happen to me too. It's going to happen to all of us. So it's easy to have empathy because hopefully people have empathy for us when it's our turn, right? So I think he's doing better. I mean, he's alive and healthy. but he's got a road back. We need a Stokely Series Baobab. I love the Baobab from AGL. Absolutely love it. And I am not, by any stretch, going to tell everybody what my Tour Series discs that are coming out are. But I love the Baobab. It is a disc that flies like no other disc ever made. And if you have a disc that does something different than other discs, it has a place in your bag. Like, there's shots where that disc is the best disc in the world for. Like, so there are shots that the Baobab is better at than any other disc on planet Earth. So people keep saying there's gateway boxes behind me. What are you guys talking about? Hold on, let me go look. Castoplast, Latitude, Birdie, Castoplast. I don't see any gateway disc boxes behind me. I don't know what y'all keep talking about. I've made no announcements that I have Gateway Tour Series discs coming out. I have said to nobody that the next Tour Series disc is going to be a Gateway disc in 3 weeks. I don't know where you get this crazy idea that there's Gateway boxes behind me. Stop spreading rumors. God, what did people say? Look at that. Do you see Gateway? I don't see Gateway. Birdie, Dynamic, Castoplast. Yeah. I don't see any Gateway discs.
I see this. Have you seen this green?
Oh, yeah. Check out the green. Look at the green harp. God, if you guys aren't throwing the harp, they're so good. Like, the harps are just so great.
That's a beautiful.
They must see an eye exam. I don't think. Thank you, Dave Quinn. He doesn't say anything over my right shoulder either. Exactly. Here, I'll ask Todd. Todd, there's no Gateway boxes in here, are there? No, exactly. Yeah. And this is his warehouse. I think he would know if there was a Gateway box behind me. Man, you guys, why is the harp better than a pig? There's no better or worse. It's a similar disc, I think. I haven't thrown the pig, but it's the same idea. It's a very slow disc. You can throw the heck out of it and it doesn't glide. When you throw shots, you typically don't want glide unless you're trying to get distance. Most shots, you're not trying to get distance. You're trying to make the disc land near something. If you want the disc to land near something, you would throw a disc with less glide. You wouldn't throw a disc with more glide, softer. That's a more unpredictable landing. You would throw a disc harder with less glide. That's what the harp's for. You can throw the heck out of the harp. It does not glide. It just stops where you want it to go. That's why the Berg's so great. You throw the Berg on a 200-foot shot perfectly, it flies 200 feet. If you throw the Berg way too hard accidentally on a 200-foot throw, it flies 204 feet. It's so slow that it does not penalize you for throwing it too hard. That's why it's the best approach disc out there. I mean, the Berg is sick. The Berg has a following that's rabid. It's almost cult-like, the Berg following.
They're a gang.
Yeah, they are. But the reason why, you know who throws the Berg? You know who has the Berg in their bag? Like virtually every single person that's tried a Berg. Like they go, oh, yeah, this wasn't hype. This is actually, it does what I think. Scott, there are 2 boxes, say Gateway. I hold on.
Tell them to clean their screen.
Cody, let me go check here. Okay, so Cody, you're saying there's 2 boxes that say Gateway. I'm no, I don't see them. I don't know what you're talking about. I think it might be a problem with your lens. Here's the thing. If I was going to be releasing Tour Series Gateway discs, that probably would have been a good idea. Like, had I really thought it through, I probably would have put some Gateway boxes behind me to start the rumors that I'm going to be releasing Tour Series Gateway discs. But since I'm not, those aren't Gateway boxes. Wait, I went out to dinner and came back. I'm still here. John, people aren't leaving and I'm still signing. And as long as orders are coming in, like, it would be crazy for me. Like, look, we're disc golfers. We're not, well, I was about to say we're not millionaires. There's a few of them out there. But as long as people are ordering, I think it would be crazy for me just to stop. Like, striking while the iron's hot. I mean, I'm going to be able to afford extra cane sauce with my chicken fingers next time.
You're not.
I'm not eating canes?
You're getting a salad.
Why do you hate me? Every time we do a seminar, we go out to lunch, Adriana comes back with a salad for me. And every time I ask her why she hates me, she's never given me a good answer.
The silence is the answer.
The silence is the answer? No. No, Cane's does not go against my list. I love Cane's. Raising Cane's, my favorite. If there's a fast food place, it's my favorite. Ron Jones, you can buy something. Seems like I'm making the Birdie clothing popular. How pleased are they with you? I think that Derek Fell at Birdie is one of the neatest people that I've had the pleasure of getting to know this year. He's a great guy. And they are, I think they're probably shocked at how much value they're getting for our sponsorship or their sponsorship and their arrangement with me. I think it's far more than they expected, but I take it very serious when a company is giving me their hard-earned money to promote them. I take that responsibility very serious. I don't have a sense of entitlement where they're giving me money and therefore I earn my money by being good at disc golf. It's like, that's a load of crap. You earn your money by increasing sales at the company that's sponsoring you. And if you're not increasing sales at that company, you're not earning your money. It doesn't matter how well you play. If playing well increases sales, that might be worth it, but it has nothing to do with how you play. It has everything to do with how much you move the meter. And I think that Birdie's very happy with me.
The Birdie gear is available at the Hose.
I have a strong platform, renegotiate. But they're giving me so much already. Birdie's giving me millions of dollars. Don't tell Paul and Ricky. But they're getting like $1 million a year, those guys. Birdie's giving me $1 million and a hat. So $1 million and a hat is more than $1 million. So, no, the Birdie's great. I think that we have a great relationship with Birdie. I think it's going to continue to be a great relationship. I have a great relationship with all the companies I work with. And one of the things that I've found in business is that the relationships we build are worth far more than the numbers on a check today. There's a lot more, it's a lot more sustainable when you have a good relationship with everybody. So I'm happy with everybody. I think they're happy with me. And as long as that continues to be the case, that's great. How much will I get out of jail free with my signed disc worth? I don't remember that. That's bad. That was a long time ago. Put it up on eBay. Yeah, I'll tell you what, the whole story will be in my next book.
Are all the orange ones gold foil?
Are they all gold foil?
Are they?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Somebody else.
Let's see. Just ordered a white bird. Forgot to put sign it. Okay. Here's what you have to do. Hail to the disc. I have nothing in place right now to remember who you are based on your Instagram message to me. Your post on the thing. Send me a message directly in Instagram with your name, like your name, phone number, in Instagram or Facebook. And if you do that, I'll make sure you get your disc signed. But I won't remember that you just messaged me on the screen, okay?
Gotta do it tonight.
And you got to do it tonight. I've been with Birdie this year. They're a great company. They have the second best disc golf store on the entire internet. The best is my store, of course. I'm just.
And you're totally
I'm in my
unbiased
totally unbiased opinion. Let's see. Okay, you bought a Marvel. Will you get superpowers now? Of course you will. You're gonna when you buy the Marvel, you get healthier, you get younger, your hair grows back. the color comes back in your hair. Let's see. Yeah, so do you want the disc back? Monopoly discard this. Message me offline, Ryan. I haven't figured out my putting style yet. I'm putting every day, and I'm keeping detailed stats on everything. So I am 100% tracking my numbers, and I will post all those numbers completely honestly. Okay, the blue marble across. Let's see. Let me see. I will try to remember to do that. I don't have any blue marbles in front of me, but we'll get them in at some point. They're still pulling discs right now. This has been absolutely insane. I'm so pleased. I could not be any happier. Hail to the disc. Thank you very much. Then we'll make sure we get it for you. Whew. This is going so great. But as far as my putting forms, yeah, I'm putting. I added a fourth form, so I'm not just doing 3 like I made in the video. I added a variation to one of them that is actually really good. I've narrowed it down to 2 forms outside the circle because 2 of the 4 putting forms just aren't generating the power, so I've already stopped beta testing those for that reason. So my circle 2 putts are basically my original form, like that's still in the running. I mean, I have to have something better than that before I switch. I'm just open to there being something better than that. I'm not convinced there is. Love you too, dude. But and then I have one other push putt form that I can use, but I can generate a lot of power with it. And so that's those 2 are in consideration. But all 4 putting forms are in consideration inside the circle. And they're actually all fairly close. But if one of them's 10%, if I make just 10% more putts with one of them, that's a stroke or 2 around. That's 5-6 strokes a tournament. That's a difference between barely cashing and finishing top 20, or top 20 and top 10 is like 5 strokes. So it's 100% worth changing if I can improve my putting by 10%. Pretty sure it isn't your form for putting, it's routine. What's the best distance to putt from? You got to putt from all of them, but focus in the circle. The circle 1 inside 33 feet is where most of the game takes place. Let's see. Now he's done play sweet. What does the future disc golf look like with baskets and discs? Well, this technology is not going to change much because there's technical standards we have to adhere to. A disc can only be so sharp. There's rules. So I mean, we're pushing the limits of what the tech standards allow. So you're not going to see a radical jump in disc technology. There's going to be an evolution of the artwork on disc golf. I think hot stamps and the disc can look better. There is going to be a point potentially where you can put a GPS chip in a disc, which can track speed and angles and distance. So there might be some technical advances like that, but it won't change. As far as baskets, it's the same thing. Like, they can improve, but really, really smart people that had everything in the world to gain by improving the current models of baskets have done variations of the baskets with mixed success. I would be shocked if someone came around tomorrow and said, oh, well, you just got to change this, and all of a sudden the baskets catch better. It's like, oops. So it's, I don't see a huge technical leap in either. Like, I think we're close. I play at Dare all the time. The legend has it. That's where you broke the world distance record you threw at the time before Wiggins. In Corvallis, Oregon, hole 18 is. Okay, so that is not the case. I did not break the record there. And the reason why is because world records, to be sanctioned by the World Flying Disc Federation, which is who Guinness uses to submit their records. If WFDF, the World Flying Disc Federation, authenticates a record, it's that's what Guinness uses, right? And it's not just going out and throwing and measuring the shot. It has to be a competitive distance competition. There's rules. For example, you have to have a set time that you're going to throw in advance. You can't sit there all day and wait for the wind to blow and go, okay, we're going to throw a distance now. It has to be a set time. You're going to be throwing at 2 o'clock. You have 2.5 minutes to throw 5 throws. That's fixed. Like that. And then if you happen to get the wind, you get the wind. But I mean, like those are the types of standards you have to have.
Before you start.
So that is the, so it wasn't on a golf course. It was at a distance competition in Fort Collins, then a distance competition in Kingston, New Mexico, where I set the 2 world distance records, set and broke my distance record. And then I established the sidearm distance record outside of Victorville in California.
Okay, there's a question over here about your world record since you're on that string.
Where? Yeah, so my first world record was 656 feet with a Discraft X clone. And the crazy thing about it was that there was a distance competition after the golf tournament, but it was a sanctioned distance, it was applied for an approved competition. And we went, and I was excited because, like I wanted this world record really bad. I threw farther than anyone in the world, but just hadn't broke the record yet. And we went out there and it was not a breath of wind. And I mean, I'm not exaggerating. It wasn't a 2-mile-an-hour breeze and I'm exaggerating. It was dead calm. It is impossible to set a world distance record in dead calm because all the previous records they have wind. Wind makes discs fly farther. But the competition went on and I ended up throwing the world record in no wind, which I think to this day, it's just my opinion, I don't think there's been a disc thrown harder in the history of disc sports. 656 feet with an X clone. It's like a speed 6 disc. If it's a speed 6 or 7 disc, 656 feet with not a breath of wind. I can't even envision somebody else doing that because I couldn't envision me doing that. It was the perfect throw thrown by the person who threw the farthest, in my opinion, ever. They came together at that moment in the worst possible, literally you can't have worse conditions. Because if there was a 2-mile-an-hour wind, it wouldn't be a headwind because we would have thrown the opposite direction with a 2-mile-an-hour tailwind. 0 wind is the worst conditions you can have, barring rain or something. So it was, in my opinion, it was the greatest, farthest pure throw ever. Now, as far as how that compares to the wind-aided discs records, I have no idea. It's possible they threw harder than me. It's possible they didn't, and there's no way to measure it. So it's sports. It's up for debate. What? Right?
Yeah. Go to the bathroom.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I will be back. Let everybody know if they're in here. I'm still going to hang out with everybody if y'all are into it. By the way, you people too. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back in exactly 2 minutes. Whew. This is like the funnest day of my life. It truly is. But I like that. We got the hint dropping too. Okay. Is everybody still in? Did everybody leave or they?
You got some in, some out. Just say
Oh my
hi
God, we
again.
still have 84. Hello, everybody, for just joining in. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if I ever played with Maverick Carter, I haven't played with Maverick Carter. I just did a podcast interview. Wait, with Carver, right?
Oh, that was Carter.
Oh no, that's Carter.
Carver.
Oh no, that's different Carter. Never mind. All right, so I am back. We all left. Hi, Ryan. I don't always hit 50 putts, but when I do, it's for double bogey. That's really funny, actually. I that's not everyone. You're still here. Yeah, this is too wild. So
Explain what's going on.
yeah, so all right. So I just came up with an idea, and I'm gonna go ahead and share the idea. Let's do it. And if it's complicated, they can write back and with questions.
Miscellaneous category.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. So I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. And this was unplanned, but it was also unplanned that this many people would stick around till the end. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. This is top secret. Everybody, hold up one pinky and swear you're not going to tell anybody about this. And I mean this. Okay, that actually says Gateway. No, it does. I know I convinced you that it didn't, but it really does. I'm going to be releasing Gateway Tour Series discs in about 3 weeks. If anybody here would like to get a Gateway Tour Series disc signed, you can order it right now from the website. All right. And did someone say Wizards? Perhaps. Let's just say, okay, perfect. So the idea is if you want to order a Tour Series Wizard signed tonight, and they're not going to be available for the next 3 or 4 weeks, period, for anybody unsigned or anything, go to the website, scottstokely.net, choose the miscellaneous category, and then choose additional payment. And you can do, they're like $1 a piece. You can add 20 of them. So if you go to the miscellaneous category, additional payment, you can add $20 of additional payments. Like you can choose 20 of the item for a total of $20. And I will sign a wizard and send it to you. Now, here's what you have to do. First off, that's going to include there's no option to add shipping. So that's going to include shipping. So it's actually probably going to wind up like $15 for the disc signed. And then you have to, because shipping's included in that. I'm asking you not to tell people that there's going to be Tour Series Wizards available unless the way you do it is to tell people and tell them not to tell me that you told them, because that way you all can start spreading the word about the Wizards, because you have secret, double sensitive, white label, I don't know what you call it, top secret information. So anyways, if you guys are interested, miscellaneous category, choose additional payments, add $20, add the signature session during checkout, and for every $20, I'll send you a Tour Series Wizard. Sign. All right, but first tell us your favorite movie. Ever heard or read it? All right. My favorite movie of all time is Forrest Gump, of course. Although, God, it's hard to say that there's anything ever better than Revenge of the Nerds. No one agrees with that.
Princess Bride.
So Princess Bride's up there. Although, you know what we saw last night? Holy cow, y'all. If you haven't watched Airplane in 10 years, it's still that good. So, check out Airplane again. And, of course, Blazing Saddles. And, of course, The Holy Grail. And, of course, Spinal Tap. Come on. They're all great. Godfather 2. if you want to get like actual serious movies, I think The Handmaiden. It's a movie, not Handmaid's Tale. The Handmaiden. It's a Korean film from about 5 years ago. Best film I've seen in the last 20 years. Revenge of the Nerds is awesome. Stop calling me Shirley. Probably, by the way, someone just said it. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is actually probably my favorite movie of all
Only the
time.
original, though.
Oh, the original. Don't even get me started on Tim Burton remaking Willy Wonka. Oh, God, don't even like now. You just, wait. Thanks for bringing it up. You just ruined my day.
Well, you got to clarify. You don't.
Yeah, no.
Think you're insane or something.
Yeah, no, not the Willy Wonka remake. That was an abomination. But the original Willy Wonka, Forrest Gump, oh, they're so good. Things keep coming on in. Snatch, 300, nothing original. Revenge of the Nerds. It is good, right? I literally watched it like a month ago because she hadn't seen it yet, and we finally found it online, and it was it everything? Did it live up to the hype?
Yeah, it took some convincing, but
it was really good.
I'm a believer now.
Yeah, although it was just last night. If you haven't seen the newest Jackass movie, it's pretty amazing. So, no, actually, the truth is, I mean, I love all those movies, but I'm one of those assholes that actually likes like foreign films and indie films and like any movie without it can't have CGI. It had to have been made for less than $4,000 by some film student, like in Afghanistan or something like that. And that's like the movies I actually watch. But nobody likes that guy, so I don't like to admit it publicly. That person's usually a jerk.
So the ordering miscellaneous, it's in the category called miscellaneous.
It's in the category called miscellaneous. No, it's not. It's just go to the miscellaneous category, and then you can order like 20 of the items. And then that'll be, yeah. I saw Caddyshack a couple months ago, too. All those movies are great. Lambda. Yeah, the Tri-Lambs. Someday I'm going to be a Tri-Lamb. Someday I'm going to be a Tri-Lamb. That's my goal in life.
Oh, Drop Dead Fred. Hell yeah.
Drop Dead Fred. Porky's. Porky's is another one. I made her watch Porky's. She hadn't seen Porky's. It's on my phone. I have a list of movies that like every time there's a movie that she hasn't seen that you have to see, then I have a list of movies that I'm forcing her to watch, and I made her watch Porky's right after we met. How do you get a signed disc? Go to scottstokely.net. You have to choose the item signature series. When you do that, that will tell me that I need to sign it, and then order any discs or books, and I'll sign them all.
Add the item signature session
to
your cart when you check out.
Yeah, add signature session to your cart. Is there somebody who uses a Discover card on the website?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
PayPal.
I think it's PayPal, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, it should take all credit cards.
Well, they're asking without PayPal. I think it's all PayPal.
Yeah, but no, PayPal takes credit cards, though. But you should
be
be able to take the PayPal, right?
Yeah, they don't want to use PayPal. I think is
No, I'm not PayPal, but they can take the Discover card, right?
PayPal's the
yeah, you should be able to.
There's no alternate gateway.
Porky's is a Canadian film. That's interesting. Here, I'll tell you the funniest thing about Porky's. So go to IMDb and just it's a fun rabbit hole to go down. If you go look at the age, the kids are supposed to be in high school for this movie. If you go look at their ages, they're all between like 24 and 30 years old. Like they look like grown men in the movie. It's not that they're like 19 years old playing 17-year-old. Like they're like 28. But yeah, Porky's was great. And by the way, a very close family friend of ours was in that movie. You can actually read about it in my book. I mentioned Porky's in my book, by the way, because our family friend, Alex Karras, he played Mongo on Blazing Saddles. He played Porky's brother, the sheriff in Porky's.
You can also get that signed.
And you can get the book signed as well, too. Let's see. Use the PayPal as an option to pay with credit or debit card. Thank you. I will message you in a bit. No Bitcoin option. You can
PayPal doesn't take
PayPal
Bitcoin.
doesn't take Bitcoin yet. Any way to ask for a certain color wizard? I don't even know what colors are in the box. I just know we have boxes of them. So, yep. So I don't even know. I don't know if there's pink ones or not. We haven't opened the boxes yet. They're literally not available for the next like 3 weeks. So we'll dig and see what we can find. But it'll be call it the mystery box. This is great. Like what's it say? Thank you, Bang and Chains. Appreciate you. Oh, this is so amazing. There's still 95 people in the room on YouTube and Facebook, and we have a smaller group on Instagram. But I love you guys just as much. Hey, back, Bang and Chains. Woo! This is absolutely this is literally one of the funnest nights of my life. I've been signing discs for 3 hours and 18 minutes. That's just you got to remember, I started playing so long ago that the idea of this is like this is just crazy to me. Like this is such a different universe than it used to be. It's God, it's just the coolest things. Bang and Chains, how can I purchase discs? Go to scottstokely.net, and then when you go there, make your you have to add signature session to your card. It's like $1 purchase, but it's just a way of telling us you want them signed. If you don't do that, they won't be signed. So click add signature session to the cart, and then buy whatever you want, and we'll sign them all. We got to do it tonight though, because we'll be shipping them out. Not all tomorrow, but starting tomorrow. You'll have to kick us out if you want us to stop. Hey, Ferris Bueller was great, wasn't it? Like I thought, I grew up thinking that Ferris Bueller was like the cool. I don't know. And then Jennifer Grey, I had the hugest crush on Jennifer Grey, but we all did. That nose was so cute. No, I'm not going to kick anybody out because I'm still orders are still coming in. For me to stop taking orders right now would be insane. It's kind of I made enough. No, I'm trying to make a living, and this is fantastic.
Walt Disney, that's a great name.
You need a portable hot tub for your tour van? I think that's who messaged me on Facebook. Someone offered me a hot tub on Facebook today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know where we would fit it. We
don't have a van.
We don't have a van. We stay in hotels with hot tubs. We never use them though.
No, because people.
Yeah, because there's other people in there. Oh my God, how's it going? Hi, Anthony Disc. It's going insanely good. Fast Times at Richmond High. I also saw that one recently. Actually, it was on a week ago, right?
Yeah.
It was on a week ago.
Yeah.
I saw Fast Times at Richmond High in the theater because it was all filmed at the not Chatsworth. What's it called? Oh shoot. It was filmed in a mall right by my house. I grew up in Los Angeles. So that mall was the one that we went to. That was the Galleria in the traditional Valley Girl Galleria. That's the mall they were singing about. Okay. All right. So, Ron, please, you'll have to do me a favor because I'm not going to remember because a number of people have messaged me. Please send me a message on Facebook or Instagram telling me that you ordered that disc but didn't put signature session on there. It's the only way I'll know that to sign it because I'll forget because I'm just talking to so many people. So message me direct on Instagram or Facebook, just a message to say, please add a signature. And you can even say, make it big. Let's see. Does Ricky Weiss... Don't Ricky Wysocki everyone and send out unsigned discs because you ran out of time.
Oh my God, Kentucky Fried Movie.
Kentucky Fried Movie. We also saw that. I made her watch Kentucky Fried Movie when we met.
That was hilarious.
I did do that as well.
That was probably the best one that you showed me.
You think that's the best one?
Yeah.
God, Kentucky.
Well, because I had already seen Airplane, so that wasn't new.
Yes. Oh, by the way, I'm going to tell a funny Kentucky Fried Movie story. I'm going to tell them about the videotape. Should I
Oh
tell
my
them?
God. Why?
Okay, so here, check this out. So, because why wouldn't I tell it? It's a great story. It's about Kentucky Fried Movie. You want to hear a Kentucky Fried Movie story? I'm telling you, a Kentucky Fried Movie story. Uh, um, so when I picked up all my stuff, like all my stuff got lost in storage. My storage unit got repossessed when, like, back when I moved out of my house. Blah blah blah. Like I had nothing left. I kind of started my life over from scratch. I had some troubles about 8 or 10 years ago, which I've have spoke about in detail and will be in my next book. But I managed to get back a couple boxes of stuff that was I stored somewhere. I forget what it was. And in one of the boxes was a VHS tape that said, Rudy, by the way, Rudy is my favorite sports movie ever. It's my #1 sports movie. It beats the hell out of Hoosiers. Sorry, Hoosiers fans. So there was one video cassette in the box I got back. This is just like, what, like a year ago?
No, it was we picked the stuff up
So 2 years ago.
2 years.
2 years ago. But I had a VHS tape. It said Kentucky Fried Movie on there.
Like we literally carried it around. For
Yeah.
2
Well,
years.
yeah. So anyways, here I got this VHS tape and my old stuff says Kentucky Fried Movie. But here's the thing. It's not going to be Kentucky Fried Movie because I, back like a lot of people, me and my ex would make videotapes that we didn't want anybody else to see. And so we had shot we had a ton of videotapes, a whole collection of movies that we had shot, private movies. And you don't write on the thing, don't watch this, because then someone's going to watch it. So instead, I would put the names of movies on the VHS tapes that no one's ever going to watch, thinking that's the safest way. I have a closet full of movies, and these are all these movies with all these movie titles that no one's interested in. I'll hide these things in plain sight. Well, everything got lost, and all of a sudden, but there was one VHS tape, Kentucky Fried Movie, and I was in my stuff. I'm like, oh my God, I got one of my home movies from like 20 years ago. And I was like, you want to watch it? She's like, yeah, like it'd be fun to watch. And so we're going to watch this home movie I shot, and we couldn't find a VHS for like a year and a half. We're trying to find it. And finally, we were in, oh God, it was in Northern California, in some small town, some just old-fashioned rundown place. We get into the hotel room, and it still has a VHS cassette thing attached to the television. We're like, we can watch the movie. And I was so excited. We grabbed the VHS, we put it in, and sure as shit, it was Kentucky Fried Movie. Apparently, I had saved Kentucky Fried Movie, and that's all that was on it. So that was a way longer story than I thought. I'm so sorry. But that's it. That was the story. And then I threw it away because I don't need a VHS tape of Kentucky Fried Movie. So anyways, that was a close one. Close call. God,
Somebody was asking, how bright is the orange?
How bright is the orange? It's this bright. I'll hold it up to both cameras. Let's see here. Inception, Strange Brew is great. I got a piece so bad I can taste it. I still say that to this day. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was fantastic. Platoon was good, but so here's a good question. Is a movie the best movie ever made if it's not rewatchable? Right? Like I said, the best movie I've seen in the past 20 years was The Handmaiden, which is a Korean film that came out like 5 years ago. If you ever want to see a perfect film, this is the most mind-blowingly perfect film I've ever seen. I've watched it a second time. Can't ever imagine watching it a third time. So is that the best movie ever made? I could watch Goodfellas every week, right? So I don't know. This is still. Did I mention how insane this is that I'm still signing discs 3 hours later?
Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou? I told you that was a good movie.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that. So that's one that you wanted me to see. Crocodile Dundee. Airplane is #1 comedy. Nice, Goodfellas. Yeah, we saw Airplane. Was it night before last?
Yeah.
It's still that good. It has not lost. Airplane has not lost anything in 35 years.
It's great.
Actually, not only is it great, there's things in there. I'd seen it. I don't know how many times I've seen that movie, and I'm still seeing things in there that I didn't catch before. They're like in the background, like written on walls and stuff. But Naked Gun, Naked Gun was okay. I liked Hot Shots Part 2. Princess Bride, that's obvious. Shrek is a great movie, and I've seen Shrek the musical. Mm-hmm. How's that for schmarmy hipstery?
I've only seen The Lion King.
I know. I love Broadway musicals, and we haven't gone in the last 2 years. But we'll go again. Lion King was great. Okay, so No Country for Old Men. That's the movie, like, for example, that not only have I seen No Country for Old Men probably 6 or 7 times, but I've watched countless YouTube videos breaking down the way it was filmed and the way it was shot and the way it was edited and the way it was like I that is the most fun film to analyze. It's like it's kind of like the modern Citizen Kane as far as like a movie that you could break down and tear apart and like it just be amazed at how good every single scene in that movie is. I love that movie. Let's see here. What?
Sign some books.
Sign some books now? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow. And then Pulp Fiction. My God, Pulp Fiction is the other one. I could list 100 films as the best films ever made. If I had to pick a best film ever made, like just actually what I think is like from an artistic perspective, best film, like No Country for Old Men was good. I would probably give the nod to Pulp Fiction as what I think is the greatest film ever made. Pulp Fiction is a perfect, absolutely perfect movie. Like, I'm not telling anything everybody doesn't know, but wow. Zach Stats, I'm your Huckleberry. In Bruges, I loved In Bruges. In Bruges was freaking hilarious. Night Shift. Although, when you talk about Citizen Kane and Pulp Fiction, you can't talk about them without talking about Revenge of the Nerds. Right? But then Willy Wonka, I could watch every week. It's so hard to pick. All right, so I love it that you guys are all hanging out, and I'm glad that you're like, this is great. I've never seen Green Knight. Of course, I've seen Office Space. Office Space was great. I didn't get it because I didn't work in corporate America. Saving Private Ryan was good. It's not as rewatchable, though. Like, it's great. You could watch the D-Day scene over and over again, but the movie, it's a mad, 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 mad world. That's such a classic. Terry. Oh, that's Terry Ryan. I didn't recognize it. What's up, Terry? Footloose? Really? Footloose?
He was on a streak too. That MOGG.
You were on a streak of good movies, and then you
movies.
played the Footloose card. Shawshank Redemption. That's another one. God, there's another one. So I went to the Shawshank prison. It's in Ohio, and we took a tour of the Shawshank prison, and you could see all the places where the movie was filmed in there. New Coming to America. Yeah, don't watch remakes of anything. Except for Dune. I heard the Dune remake was good. But except for Dune, don't watch any other remakes. Don't watch Willy Wonka. Don't watch any of them. They were going to remake Revenge of the Nerds, and they actually started filming for a week, and they stopped filming because it was bad. You can go look that up. They actually scrapped it and wrote off like $500,000, and they're like, yeah, this isn't working.
Hairspray.
Okay, Hairspray, Terry. Now we're talking my language. So Hairspray is my number one all-time favorite musical. I love musicals. And as much as I love the Book of Mormon, Book of Mormon only made it up to number 2 on my list. I'm still a Hairspray guy. I thought the movie was great. It's one of the few times, like, I love the original John Waters Hairspray, but I think the new Hairspray was, I think that's the best movie musical ever made. Honest to God. Who would I want to play me in a movie about my life? So first off, there is going to be a movie about my life made. I believe I've nailed down the investor to get this turned into a movie. I mean, the ink's not drying the check yet, but I already told Gannon Burr he was going to play me in the movie. Actually, I told his mom first. But it depends, because depending on how long it takes to get everything up to, if we make the movie in 3 years, Gannon's going to have aged out of playing teenage me. But Gannon's a really cool kid. I like him a lot. Pink flamingos. We used to have, Ashworth. We used to have pink flamingo. We call them pink parties, where anybody that hadn't seen pink flamingos, we'd invite them over and tell everybody to wear pink, and we'd make dip and whatever, and we'd make everybody watch Pink Flamingos. Pink Flamingos is fantastic. Everything John Waters does is fantastic, though. That guy's the best. Actually, we just saw socks for sale at a gas station that had the Crybaby logo on them. Like, that's like the most random socks I've ever seen in my life. Boondock Saints, Taito Sake, what's the favorite disc in your bag right now? I don't have a favorite disc in my bag, because it's all the disc that is the best for the hole I'm about to throw. So I love the Berg, but it's not my favorite disc when I'm staring at a 500-foot par 3. So it's kind of a cop-out answer, but I love all the discs in my bag. Kubrick is great. Clockwork Orange is great. Full Metal Jacket is freaking hilarious. That's the funniest, unintentionally funny movie ever made, I'd have to say. I could watch. That's another one. I could watch Full Metal Jacket like on repeat. But I love Malcolm McDowell, and of course, let me tag John Waters now, dude. If you know John Waters, please introduce me. I would do anything to meet that guy. Just joined. Favorite hole in tour that you've ever played? I can't think of a favorite hole. Like, honestly, like, the problem with the tour right now is that the courses are so damn good. It's not like you play this mediocre course with like some signature hole. Like, there is no such thing as a signature hole practically on tour, because every single hole is like, they're all great. Like, Napoleon Dynamite was amazing, but yeah, it's just like all the holes are good. I mean, the greatest hole in the world, like, I think traditionally you'd give it to hole 27 at De La Vega, maybe, or hole 1 at Oak Grove Park. How about that? Like, how could there be any greater hole than the world's first disc golf hole? Like, I heard that. I just heard another order come in. So there's nothing better than everything. Great movie suggestions. Here's one. If you're into this type of thing, it's called The Handmaiden. It's a Korean film from like 4 or 5 years ago. It's a kind of a different take on Rashomon. If you're into Kurosawa, like, and I sound douchey when I say that, but I am. And it does Rashomon better than Rashomon, which is sacrilege to say, but in my opinion, it does. Can't say better, but it does it as well. It's a flawless movie, and I've watched it again, knowing everything about the movie. I've watched it back and looked for holes in it, and there was 0 holes. It was perfect. How many aces have I thrown? Let's see. Now go get your shine box. Yeah, we were actually talking about him earlier because someone talked about Stacks, and I thought about Stacks from Goodfellas, and go get your shine box, right? The Handmaiden, the Korean movies. There's great stuff coming out of Korea, but this is one of my favorites. Here's one that a lot of people haven't seen. There's a movie called was it Primer? Primer, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why I said Primer. That I've seen it a couple times. It's a time travel movie that a guy. YouTube. What? It's on YouTube. Is it really? Have you seen it?
Yeah, you can watch it for free.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the best time travel movie ever made, and it was shot for like $5,500 by the guy.
And the YouTube video explaining the movie is even better than the movie.
Yeah, so there's a YouTube video. It's on YouTube for free, I just found out. And there's a YouTube video explaining it, which is actually kind of handy. You cannot have a flawless time travel movie. There's paradoxes that just make it impossible to tell a flawless story. So with time travel, I'm a big sci-fi guy. With time travel stories, you can only get really close to nailing it. And then you kind of have to just ignore that one part because there's always going to be a hole in the time travel story that it's built into the story because of the paradoxes, right? Primer gets it as close as I've ever seen to just nailing it. It's just a perfect film for. They shot for like $5,000 on a one handheld camera. Him and his friends. Perfect movie. Let's see. Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad. I don't watch either. I haven't watched. I haven't watched
series television.
Watching any series. I can't. I haven't had time to watch a series for years. I'm just so. Oh my God, they're still coming.
Mm-hmm.
75 more.
We have 75 more just coming. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay in here. We're at 87 people. If we get below 40 people, we'll say we'll call it. But as long as there's this many people in here, and I'm just signing, I'll keep signing. Which would you love to be better at, turbo putting or overhands? I don't care at all about turbo putting, and I could be better at overhands, but I'm actually pretty darn good at it.
Actually, upside down.
Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, before this year, I'll let you all in on a secret. So before I went out and did the tour this year, the last A tier I played in the open division was about 5 years before. I think I was 47 years old. But I played in the open division A tier in Minnesota, and I won by 12 strokes. And Drew Gibson was there, Paul Ulibarri was there, Jordan Castro, Matt Dollar. There were some high-level golfers there, and I won the tournament by 12 strokes. And the reason I won it was because it was a course that favored overhands. I threw thumbers on 13 of the holes. That was great. I just park everything with thumbers. For the wave, I liked the Lutz from Castoplast. What happened to those discs? I don't think they were a good idea. I don't think fly high discs were a good idea. I had been gone from the sport for a while, and the culture and the sport had changed. It had evolved differently than where I had left it. And when I came back and did them, it was just not right. And I wish that I hadn't done them. Not because my opinion about anything has changed. It's just that it wasn't good for me or my brand. It hurt my career to do that. And it actually took me a while to come back from that. But I just kind of let them fade into obscurity. Nothing got hurt because of it, but I just kind of let it fade away. Do I have disc golf related tattoos? Well, I have my Oak Grove. We can't really see it too well, but this says Oak Grove Gophers.
I'll do it like that.
Yep, disc golf. He's asking about disc golf tattoos, disc golf related. Yep, and you can kind of see it here. It just says Oak Grove. Oh, you gonna tilt it? I'm on 2 different platforms. So someone on Instagram asked about other disc golf tattoos. Yeah, but and then of course my disc golf. That's what you're asking. Other tattoos. This says fly high still. That's from my fly high discs tattoo. So I guess I have 3, and I might get more. I want to get
probably.
Yeah, I thought about doing my entire back as in Mario Land with Mario characters playing a disc golf tournament. I think that'd be kind of fun.
Is it a gingerbread man or a puzzle piece? It's a puzzle piece.
This is a puzzle piece. Yeah, no, it's a puzzle piece. Every tournament I play, I donate all my prize money to a local autism or special needs organization. And I've done 283 classes for kids and adults with special needs around the country. So that's my jam. That's what I like to do. I kind of talked about this earlier, but we have a whole new crowd So the way this is my like life philosophy, like how I like to do things, is that I like to make money over here so I can do the things I want over here where I don't care about money. So I do all my special needs classes all over the country, and those are obviously free. I give all the kids discs that come out to these classes. I pay for them myself, which I can do. I donate all my prize money since April of last year, which it's not so much this year, but last year I was winning all these tournaments, MP40, winning $700. I would give the tournament director the name of a local autism organization. That way, they would donate my prize money directly to the organization. I produce YouTube videos because I want to teach disc golf. I want people to be better at disc golf. Those are free. I produce YouTube videos on the history of disc golf because I want everybody to know the history of disc golf that's interested. That's all free. So I get to give away all this free stuff, but the way I can do that is over here, I'm making money. And I'm making money off my Tour Series discs, and I'm making money. I have patrons. I'm making money off teaching and stuff like that. So I like to do both. I get to make a bunch of money, and then I get to spend it on the things I like, or which is to a large extent just giving stuff away or giving money away. Actually, Adrienne, do you remember when we met?
Mm-hmm.
I said when I met Adrienne, I go as we're getting to know each other. I said, well, I'm going to tell you some good news and bad news about me. I said, well, the good news is I make pretty good money. I said, the bad news is I give like half of it away.
And the more I make, the more I will give away.
And I said, by the way, I go, disc golf's blowing up. I'm going to start making more money. But the more money I make, the more money I can give away. And she's like, well, but what's the bad news? Right?
Yeah.
You're like, Ann, like, I don't give a crap about money. So anyways, I have a partner. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I have a partner who doesn't give two shits about money any more than I do, because we make enough. We don't starve. We pay for our hotels. We have health insurance. So I give away a lot of my money.
They asked why autism. Was it personal?
Yeah, so it just started. It's not just autism. It's just the special needs community.
It started with autism.
It started with autism. What happened was I was dating a woman whose son had autism, and I was really trying to just do something for her by the reason I like, it's not that I was like showing off for her, but I was just trying to make her happy. Like she struggled with this. I thought, hey, I could do this thing. I'll start teaching these classes for kids with special needs or with autism. Because that way, like, I was supporting her by supporting her community. The relationship ended up not working out, but by the time it didn't work out, I became such like a member of this community that it was almost expected. Like, I'm coming to town for a tournament. People are messaging me, well, when's the special needs class going to be? So it just became something that I started to really care about. And it's, to a large extent, I'm as much as I'm doing things for kids and adults with special needs by teaching them how to disc golf, I'm doing it for their families, because I'm trying to give the entire family an activity that they can do together. I'm trying to give them a hobby that they can enjoy. And that's what disc golf is. And so if I can introduce it to the family, I can help these families out by giving them something that they can do as a family. And that's, kind of what I do. And now I do it. And this is what I tell everyone, I do it for selfish reasons. It makes me feel good. Like, I truly believe that I'm very lucky to be where I am in disc golf. Like, I've worked really hard. Like, I've worked my ass off to get here. But I was born in the same town as the world's first disc golf course. I was surrounded by dozens of people that took me on as a kid to help me out. I happen to be 6'7". I happen to be athletic. I happen to be physically healthy. I happen to be intelligent. Like, physically, my brain works well. It's like, I'm lucky. Like, I was dealt this incredibly lucky hand that I can't take any credit for. I can take credit for the hard work, but even the hard work, I can't take full credit for, because I got that from being around other people that worked hard that showed me how to do it, right? So because of that, I feel like I need to give back. I need to give back to these communities, or I need to give back somewhere. And I do it for very selfish reasons. It makes me feel good when I do this, and it makes me feel like I'm kind of square with the universe in a way. Like I've been really lucky. Like I don't take that for granted. I want to distribute some of this luck elsewhere, if that makes sense. That's cool. Oh, thank you, Bang and Chains. So the thing is that you're working on setting up tournaments for special needs here in Maine. I think it's perfect. Get a hold of me, message me direct, and if I can help you, I will. You know, like I have a lot of experience teaching these classes. I could spare you a big, long learning curve. Yeah, so don't hesitate to reach out to me. Let me help you. I can't believe I've been signing this for 4 hours. How would I get involved with volunteering? Yeah, the way you get involved with volunteering is every organization out there needs people. I mean, you can always run disc golf stuff yourself, right? Like, and you can just get a hold of me. I can tell you how to do it. But every organization, just about, needs volunteers. They need money. They need volunteers because they're short on both. And if you contact any organizations and say, "Can I help?" the answer is yes. There's things you can do. Is that a marvel in my hands? It is. By the way, Ferris College Disc Golf Fiasco. I have no idea what happened.
I don't know, and that's my college.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's the college you went to?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's Adriana's college. Do I sell any discs at tournament sites? I may or may not have some at tournament sites. I'm planning on carrying discs, but I can only vend at the actual vendor locations. Like the tournament selling discs, or people have paid to vend there. So if you try just to buy a disc from me, I'll tell you no at the tournament site. But if I'm set up at the players' party or offsite, I can. But a lot of people have paid money to be able to sell discs. Yeah, there you go. Special Olympics is always looking for volunteers too. Every organization is like, there's never a lack of need. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, I would encourage it, and do it for yourself. Do it because it feels good. Like, there's nothing wrong with doing things that are self-serving that do good. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with donating money and also getting the benefits of a tax write-off. Like, that's okay. Like, that doesn't mean you're not doing a good thing just because it can benefit you as well. If your company sponsors an event or does stuff for charity, and you advertise that you're doing stuff for that charity, well, then you get promotional value from that, right? Your business is supporting the local senior center, right? I do not find anything wrong with that. I think it's great that you can get benefit from it as well while doing good things. So I do things that are selfish, if that makes sense. Just do good things that give selfish results. Yeah, I have no idea what happened. My Tour Series XL should be a thing. I have no idea about Ferris College. But we'll have to go look it up.
I'll find out. My phone is occupied at the moment.
Yeah, our phones are occupied. So. Yeah. I can't believe I'm still signing discs. This is unbelievable. This is one of the funnest I've never. It is. You got it.
Ferris State University, yeah.
Yeah, we'll go look up on our phone. Yeah, Ferris State University.
Big Rapids, Michigan. My alma mater. That is very big. Big enough? That work?
Yeah, we set this and make
I'll set it to
right.
side.
It says Ron Jones. Let's see. Best advice you've ever been given. Best advice. Okay, you didn't say disc golf, so I'm going to go. I will be doing classes in Michigan. Absolutely. If I'm running tournaments, just get on my mailing list at scottstokely.net. You'll be notified of all my special needs stuff. And then you can just follow me on Facebook. I post everything. Best advice oh wow, a player Ellsbury was 5 years ago. We'll have to go look that up. Best advice I've ever been given. Life advice is great. Ready for this one? This is the best advice I've ever gotten in life. It's on my Facebook page. On my catchphrase is, and actually here, it's in my book. On the very first sentence of my book, when I had the very first sentence I said, which is go where the love is, not where it's supposed to be. I think the biggest mistake people make is assuming that they're supposed to like automatically get their love from mom or dad or siblings or a spouse or their religious leader, their scout leader, their teacher, like assuming that everybody is not human and therefore you're in the role of mom. You have to be like you're supposed to be this great mom, which a lot of moms and dads and people are great, but a lot of them are not. And if you seek out love from people because of their title, you're rolling the dice on who they are. But everybody alive has people in their life that will give them love, good love, that are good for them in their life. You have to seek out those people in your life and not worry about where that person comes from, because it could be a neighbor, it could be your girlfriend's parents, it could be, you know,
Sometimes completely unexpected.
it could be completely, it could be a coworker at work, it could be like, but the love's there. So for me, that's what Frisbee was. I didn't have hardly any family. The family members I did have were, aside from my mom, they drank. They, I was surrounded by quite a few deadbeats. Like I had a shit, like aside from my mom and my dad, I kind of had mostly a shit family. But I had the Frisbee family. So I had all these hippies and hard partying disc golfers at Oak Grove Park when I grew up. The Oak Grove Gophers, that's why it's on my tattoo, that adopted me as a kid, and they gave me the love that I needed, and they made me like any good thing that's in me today came from them, came from the Frisbee family. I didn't get it from my family. I got it from the Frisbee family. That's not where the love is supposed to be, but it's where it was. And so that's the best advice I've ever could ever give out to anybody. Find the love where it is, not where you believe it should be. Sorry if that came across preachy. Favorite band, Guar, of course. Like, that's the only band that ever was because they ate all the others. Will I read the book to you? Yes, of course. The audiobook. The audiobook is like, you can just buy that. I read the audiobook and I did a really mediocre job at it, but I had audio engineers that made it sound really, really, really good. So I did an okay job reading, and then Will McCaskill made it sound great. But the end result is that it came across great. Beatles are the best band ever. Guar gave birth to the Beatles. So that worked into a heavy combo. I know, but the guy on Instagram, I forget who it was, he wanted a life philosophy answer, best advice I've ever been given. So that's it. I don't even know where I got that advice, but it's like, I literally don't remember where I heard it. I didn't come up with it, unfortunately. I wish I had. I would put it on a bumper sticker and make $1 million.
Well, you probably can. You put it on your book, so like you can claim it.
I should put it on a discount stamp.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, I didn't know if it was preachy, but most overrated band of all time. Yeah, that's easy. Every band not Guar. How about any band that doesn't write their own music? I'm gonna sound like some snob here. Like anybody that doesn't write their own music, I'm not. How about cover bands? David Lee Roth, Van Halen. Van Halen's pretty bad. By the way, so I got a story about. You want a disc golf story about Van Halen? Anybody that's born in the last 25 years probably hasn't even heard of Van Halen. But Van Halen, and I think I said this in my book, didn't I?
I don't think so.
Van Halen used to jam before they ever made it and before anybody ever heard of them. They used to jam at Oak Grove Park. Like, they were there playing. We would be disc golfing. Van Halen would have generators and would be playing music at Oak Grove Park when we were growing up. They're the first rock band to ever play disc golf because Oak Grove was the first park. Oak Grove went in the ground in a park that people hung out, including Van Halen. David Lee Roth was from my town. The other Van Halen, I think their brothers were like right across the Arroyo and Pasadena, I think. So Van Halen was the first band to play disc golf, so they got that going for them. This is insane. The discs literally keep coming in. I cannot wait to post about this tomorrow. Yeah. Cover bands are great for bars and county fairs, though. I don't like... What's up, Simon Loof? Oh, thank you, Simon. I'll be in Sweden next year. That's the plan. With the Berra. By the way, everybody, the Berg is actually pronounced Berra. Not even like a G. Berra. Now you know. But I don't call it Berra on my videos because I want people to buy them, so they need to know which disc I'm referring to. Pastor of Muppets. I remember Pastor of Muppets. They were from LA, weren't they? You ever heard of Hypnotica? I think it's Hypnotica. It's a four-piece cello band that does like heavy metal songs, and they actually use one of the cellos to do basically to do vocals. I think they're called Hypnotica. Somebody can correct me on this. Finland or Norway. Unbelievable. If you've never heard them, one of the greatest musical things I've ever seen in my life. Never played in Madisonville, Kentucky. No, I've heard of Pastor of Muppets. I mean, well, okay, so when I was like this was in like the late 80s, that Pastor of Muppets was I don't know if they were a Metallica cover band, but Pastor of Muppets was a thing in LA in the 80s. So live video ended. Okay, so it just must have timed out. Just go ahead and share it. Yeah, so do whatever you gotta do. Okay, so we're down to one feed. Instagram timed out, I guess. Grateful Dead, overrated. Yeah, but we got to give it up to a band that was around for like almost 50 years. No, I'm not playing at the I have a break this week because I am trying to, the Berra. I am going to be, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my putting. Oh my God, this is crazy. And I've been, yeah, so have we been on long enough that the time difference is now like morning in Sweden. They're waking up and like logging on. Hello, Sweden. Hello, Finland. Hello, Estonia. Hello, Norway. Hello, Iceland. I'm signing this life away. Zombies are underrated. Iron Maiden was great. I saw them with Anthrax like in 1990. By the way, if anybody's just logging in, I've been signing and autographing discs for the past 4 hours, which is amazingly cool. But if you go to scottstokely.net, if you want one of my tour series, or not one, if you want any number of tour series discs or my autobiography signed, go to scottstokely.net, and you have to select Signature Session as an item. If you don't select that, they're not going to get signed. sign signature session as an item to add to the cart, and then whatever you purchase will be signed. And this is just today. Yeah, this is great. I'm having so much fun. I mean, I could do live. I mean, I thought about doing a week. Here, let me ask you guys an opinion on this one. So I thought about just doing a weekly live stream where I just chat with everybody, where I just set up the phone and put on my velvet robe and my corncob pipe like Hugh Hefner. No, I won't do that. But you guys think that would be cool? Like if I was doing that like once a week, just chat with everybody, because I think it's super fun. But if you guys think it would be fun, I'm totally down. I got one yes out of 83. A little T. Yeah, so you saw Iron Maiden in 1988. Yeah, so Eddie was like already part of them then, right? You're free on Mondays. This is too cool. I won't be doing disc signing next time. That'd be very cool. Yeah, hell yeah. We can talk old disc golf stories and new disc golf stories, and I'll tell you about my victory last weekend because I plan on winning every weekend. Yeah. No, that's cool. I'm totally down. Our order's slowing down a little bit?
Not really.
Jesus Christ, really?
I figure you got at least 2 hours after you finish.
After I'm done, I got 2 hours. We're going to have to order some. How late is Cookout open? Because we need milkshakes.
3.
What?
3 a.m.
They're open until 3 a.m. I've sworn off ice cream, but I think I might have earned an ice cream. I might have earned a milkshake tonight. It's better than cable? Oh my God, that's like probably the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. You have Eddie as your first tattoo. That's amazing. I remember when Eddie came out, I felt like a little kid. I was like, ah! Yeah, that was great.
2 a.m.
It's what time is it now?
It's 11.
No, until 2. Okay, it's 11. All right. I just got told I got 2 to 3 hours worth of signing still. Ooh, Cookout, a man of culture. No, it's not Cookout, a man of culture. It's Cookout, a man who wants to have a choice of 40 different milkshakes.
At midnight.
And by the way, I've had ice cream probably 4 or 5 times total since last April. I've been so strict on my diet. And the other day, I had a reason I was celebrating. I had my first milkshake the other day. But I think I might have to go out and get an ice cream after this because this was so much fun. And I think I'm burning off the calories by signing discs. But yeah, this is fantastic. Let's see. Video stopped on Instagram. Yeah.
So apparently there's a 4-hour limit on Instagram.
There's a 4-hour limit. Apparently Instagram Live has a 4-hour limit. Can you believe that? My God, how do they expect people to do anything if they cut them off after 4 hours? This is fantastic. I just cannot believe. Yeah, it couldn't actually pronounce Berg. Yeah, Berra. Or something like that. Favorite flavor of ice cream. Okay, this is going to be terrible.
It's chocolate.
Yeah, it's chocolate. Like, because so I used to eat ice cream every single day until I had to just kind of get in shape. But so first off, we always eat local. We avoid chains like the plague. And so we try to find local ice cream when we're traveling everywhere we go. So I get chocolate, but it's not the same thing every time. It's like every place has its own version of chocolate. So
that's a great one. The love is with ice cream. Go there. Go where the love is. With your ice cream.
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't have any other real vices. I mean, I drink coffee, but I've been so dedicated to this touring. There's a flavor called Graham Central Station, worth every penny. I'm down. Yeah, if I'm in town, you'll have to remind me. But my favorite type of ice cream actually is I'm fascinated by ice cream parlors that have figured out how to charge $10 for a $2 ice cream because they turn it into a teddy bear and they put 2 Nilla wafers as the ears of the bear, and then they charge you $8 instead of $2.50. I like going to those places because I like supporting businesses that have figured out how to get me to pay $8 for ice cream, which is kind of circular because I pay it because they get me to pay it, but I don't care. We can justify ice cream all we want.
Yeah.
Let's see. Whitey's fan. Whitey's saying, what's your favorite coffee? Folgers Instant because it's quick. I don't claim to be a coffee connoisseur.
Well, the thing about your coffee is that you don't drink coffee for like the flavor of it.
No, I don't think. No, it's a means to an end. It's a way of getting caffeine. How do I feel about pineapple on pizza? You think I'm going to answer a question that's going to make 50% of people watching tune out? So I love it and hate it. My God. Yeah, it Folgers is barf. But no, actually what we really like to do is we like to go to local coffee shops. If we can, when we have time, we avoid Starbucks or Dunkin', even though there's nothing wrong with them. But like we like to go to local places. We all like we like local. We like local restaurants. We like local ethnic. I'll answer no pineapple. See, I'm not going to answer a question that's going to get half the people to literally stop. Like if I gave the answer on the pineapple question, 50% of you would go and like ask for a refund on the discs you just bought. I ain't stupid. I've been at this a while. So you like the way I thought that question? But here's the sad part. So the actual sad part is that because I've been on this strict diet since last April, we have gone out for pizza a couple times, but we get it without the crust, without the dough. So all we're eating is melted cheese and toppings.
Which is far superior in my opinion.
Yeah, can you believe it, Jason? And I'm still signing. I haven't stopped signing for 4 hours and 8 minutes. This is the honest to God truth. Oh, they are slowing down. I just got one disc.
No.
Yeah, but you still have stacks.
I have stacks out there?
Yeah, those are just because they're in the order.
Oh, they're in a certain order. I literally have stacks out there. No, I'm still going. I don't look. I do well, but I don't make enough money to stop doing something as it's making money like this. That would be.
Here, mention this again.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'll mention this again. Did we get a bunch of these?
Yeah.
All right. So you guys, the history of the manufacture of Stokely discs. If you're talking about the ones from 5 years ago, I'm trying to distance myself from those. They weren't good for me. I'll tell you the story when we meet in person. So many people stuck around this long. We decided on the fly to do something like just for you guys and gals. You may have noticed that there's gateway boxes back here, but I have no Tour Series gateway discs available. These are a teaser. I put these up here so people would start talking about it for a few weeks because I got some gateway Tour Series discs coming out in about, whenever we decide to go live, but let's say 3 weeks from now, give or take. If you want to get a Tour Series or multiple Tour Series wizards with my signature, first, you pinky swear not to tell anybody because they're not commercially, they're not available yet. You cannot buy these yet. You all will be the first people to buy them. What you'll do, if you want to get signed Tour Series wizards, go to miscellaneous categories. The miscellaneous category, you select additional payment, and then there's an option that's $1 a thing, but you can choose 20 of them. So I'm going to sell them for $20 a disc.
Including shipping.
That includes shipping, so it's going to end up being like $15 a disc because we have to ship them. But you can order as many as you want for $20 a piece. You got to make sure you add the signature session at checkout. So you got to go to the signature session and add one of those. You can order as many signed wizards as you want for $20 a piece. And what you do is, number one, you don't tell anybody that you bought Tour Series wizards, as far as I know. And then what you do is you secretly tell people on website or league night that you bought a Tour Series wizard and they're coming out, but don't tell anybody that you heard it from you. because you don't want me to find out that you spread the word. It probably made that confusing. But if you buy them, I'm totally cool that all of you being part of the process of like leaking the information and getting people excited about it. Like leak the information, but leak it covertly, because then people like, it's more fun if they think they're privy to like secret information that I don't know that you leaked. So one more time, miscellaneous categories, additional payments. You can add $20 per every signature, every signed wizard you want, and you'll do it during, you have to add the signature session also as an item, which is like $1. Snitches get stitches. There you go. I think y'all like it. Hold the paper up again. All right.
Go to the website, miscellaneous category, add $20 worth of the additional payment item, add a signature session item, and then check out.
And then help leak the word that they're available. But remember, when you leak it, make people think that you're not supposed to be telling. I'm all about marketing. I take marketing as serious as I take my putting. It's too much fun. What plastic are the wizards? I have no idea.
They're like SS.
Like
Sure grip.
SS, I think. But I just call the wizards a mystery disc, because I don't think we've even cracked the box. We cracked one box open, but so like we're not choosing colors, we're not choosing anything like that, because I mean, I'm literally just going to pop open a box and anybody that orders will ship them to you. But I think it's pretty cool.
Super special, super secret thing just for the people who stuck around on the live stream.
Yep. Just for the people that stuck around for this long. I didn't announce these earlier. I will not be announcing them tomorrow or 3 days from now.
The order has to come in tonight.
The order's got to come in tonight too. I'm still signing. This is so cool. I mean, this is really just the neatest thing. Same stamp? Yeah, it's the same stamp. Well, I mean, it says Wizard on it, but it's the same overall Tour Series stamp. Yeah, I might even get a chili dog tonight without a bun.
That sounds really good.
Does that sound really good?
With pickle relish. That's
disgusting. I don't even know who you are. Why do you say such offensive things? The hand. Look, if I complain about my hand being tired from autographing discs that people are paying me good money for, you might as well give me the douchebag of the year award.
You're perfecting your putting grip.
I'm perfecting my putting grip. I am so flattered to be doing this.
You murdered like 30 Sharpies though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like literally I've gone through like literally more than a dozen Sharpies. But if I was to say that my hand was tired or even complained a little bit about this, like smack me next time you see me. The hand's good. My arms are tired because I worked out really hard this afternoon. The super secret soft Stokely Wizard, the 4S.
And
that's really good.
Andrew, yes, the shipping is $0 on
those.
those.
Yeah, shipping on those is $0, so your shipping will be included in it.
Yeah, it's just a thank you.
What? It's a thank you for sticking around and making this one of the funnest nights. Don't talk about this we're not supposed to talk about. You know what I'm talking about?
Sauerkraut, my man.
It's the first rule of Stokely signings.
The first rule of Stokely signings. Don't talk about Stokely signings. The second rule about Stokely signings. Buy 6. By the way, so let's give a quick shout out. Where's everybody from? I want to hear where everybody's from.
Now that we're getting some international.
Yeah, we're getting international people, which is amazing. I know we got some Sweden, but don't just say Sweden. That's like such a thing. Like, give me your city too, because everyone's like, okay, Kansas City. Ooh, I talk about Kansas City in an upcoming video. There's a teaser.
Where in Michigan?
Yeah,
where in California? Ohio?
Yeah, where in California? Give me cities. Antelope, California. Oklahoma. Where in Oklahoma? Cities. Sweden. And you just said Sweden. North Carolina. That was... Cincinnati, Nashville, Tennessee, Minnesota, Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot, it's a weird name for a city. That's like Walla Walla. Dallas, Albuquerque, Yuba City. I got a friend who's just become the biggest fan. Lubbock. We saw Lubbock on a video the other day. Kansas City, Malmo. Okay. Cedar Lake, Indiana. Madison, Wisconsin. Philadelphia, Blackstone, Virginia. Get some. Birmingham, Alabama. Long Beach. That's great. Eagan, Minnesota. New Bern. I spent a lot of time in New Bern. Manchester, Green Valley, New Boston, Hamilton, Maine, Seattle. Big Bear Lake. I spent a lot of time at Big Bear growing up at Snow Summit, Snow Valley. Oklahoma City, Saskatchewan, Canada, Farmville, Virginia, Michigan. I can't wait. We talked about doing actually I've talked about in one of these future years just doing a Canadian tour and spending like an entire year in Canada. Yeah, New Bern, North Carolina. I spent a bunch of time out there, Pamlico County. I think it's Pamlico. Yeah, and we used to play at Poopy Park. That's what we used to call the course because it's right next to the
Dog park?
No, we called it Poopy Park because it's next to the place where they process the waste.
Oh, sewer wastewater?
Like a waste, I forget what you call it.
Because it smells like poopy. Wastewater.
What happened to the old Burn? I think it got hit with a hurricane. Still have 80 folks watching. I know. And I'm still signing. I have not stopped signing for over 4 hours. The treatment. Yeah, sewage treatment. Thank you. New Bern's in Craven County? I thought it was Pamlico County. Or is that east of there? Yeah, Glen Burnie Park. That's a good course, too. Especially the Glen Burnie from the Long Tees is a really fun course.
What's the one with the giant nuclear power plant that you can see from?
Oh God, yeah. There's one where there's like
that's in North Carolina.
It's in North Carolina. Yeah, that's not too far from. That's like an hour north of Charlotte, I think. Buckhorn, yeah. Where there's like a nuclear power plant right there. Crystal Falls, Michigan. Pamlico County's in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Yeah, there's one in North Carolina too, though. Crystal Falls, Michigan. You have an audience. Do more of this. I'm going to do more of these for sure. Now that I knew this many people are going to come hang out, and I'll advertise it too. We'll talk about. Did someone say buttcorn? Oh, buckhorn. Ha. Hey, everybody so Ron Jones has been in here the whole time. Anybody want to hear a funny story about Ron Jones? Anybody want to hear a story about Ron Jones? As soon as I get 3 yeses, I'll tell a story about Ron Jones. Let's see. I got 1 yes. Once I get 3 yeses, I'm telling a Ron Jones story. Yep. There we go. All right. I'll tell you a Ron Jones story. So it's one of those like transitions in life. You know, like when you're a teenager, just past a teenager, everything's stupid. Like you don't appreciate things. It's not cool. It's whatever. So I was actually staying at Ron's house, my ex and I, at a tournament. And the topic came up about Mr. Rogers. And I had this really cynical approach. And I'm like, Mr. Rogers, that guy creeps me out. I would never let my kids play in his neighborhood or something like that. And Ron just shut me down and said, dude, do you even know what the hell you're talking about? He tells kids to love themselves. He tells kids that he loves them. They should be proud of themselves and they should respect one another. He goes, who the hell doesn't like Mr. Rogers? And like, I remember him checking me on it. And then like 30 years later, I'm like when I look back, I'm like, Ron's right. Like I was just being like this idiot punk kid. But do you remember that, Ron? Probably not. Like I remember because you like basically you snapped me in place and lectured me about Mr. Rogers. But everything you said was right. I was like, I couldn't argue with it.
I've heard you tell that story. I didn't realize it was Ron.
Yeah, that's Ron. Yeah. So I've told Adriana that story before. But yeah, that's my memory of Ron Jones from 1991, I think. Said the same thing about Barney. Now Barney, on the other hand, no, but you're right. It is. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's You can't argue with it. More books. All right, so I think we're getting close to where we might start tuning out here. I might plan on logging off in a little bit. I'm going to be signing for a while still, right?
Yeah.
Like several hours more.
That.
Are they?
But we need a break.
Are orders still coming in? No, like if they're coming in. God, I hate to like stop. Am I keeping you guys?
No.
No? All right, we'll stay on for a little bit longer. Let's see, who loves, like, can you say hi to my wife, Susan, who loves you and has been watching for 3 hours? She made an 80-foot birdie putt today. Hi, Susan. Susan loves me, by the way.
Good.
Just be aware. I don't remember a lot of stuff. I remember hearing this. Yeah, I mean, like I remember some other things too. Need to eat. No, I can sign a little bit more. I mean, because I can stand a little bit more. But Walt Disney, do you know what this world needs? Fudge. Morons. I don't disagree.
Morons? I think there's enough of us.
Oh, morons. I remember the drive to SoCal to get the Whammo baskets. We had them for 8 years. Wow. Let's see.
Forget, if you're
I have to
ordering,
say, you inspired me to get my butt outside practicing playing. Yes. Yes. What?
Don't forget, if you're ordering right now,
make sure you add your
signature
signature session items. Yes, and everybody. And if you ordered and did not select the signature session, you have to message me on tonight on Facebook or Instagram to let me know, or else I won't know that.
Once you leave here, there will be no coming back for
Yeah,
extra signatures.
Yeah, I won't be back here after this. Like, I'm leaving town, and so if it's not in there, I won't be able to sign anything because I'm only in town in Georgia for, well, this part of Georgia, like literally like till tomorrow, and then I'm gone tomorrow. So, I mean, we were going to do the signing, but the live idea was just thought about that yesterday. And what does it say? Back to ordering. Where do you go to order? You go to scottstokely.net and you go to scottstokely.net. Make sure you first select signature session just once, and then that'll tell me it's like $1, but that's just to tell me that you want a signature. If you don't do that, they won't be signed. So you have to do that, and then as soon as you do that,
add discs, add the book
or books, and we'll get them signed tonight because I'm only here tonight. I mean, I'm leaving tomorrow, so you got to do it tonight. I feel like an infomercial. You buy now. There's had to be some way to get the camera to zoom where it goes now.
Mm-hmm. Warwick.
I think yes. Warwick's a great course. I think I'm getting loopy from the pens. I do. Like this. Like I've gone through like a half dozen Sharpies.
No, it's more than that because they're rotating now.
Are they rotating through?
Mm-hmm.
Letting them get their ink back?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Too cool. I added 3 signed to cart. Perfect. Hey, what's up, Andy Lopez? Thank you very much. If you added 3 times signed to cart, then we'll refund you the $2. So that's happening occasionally. People are adding as many signatures as there are items. But we will just send a refund on all those. God, like I'll have to come back every week. If it was like this, like this is a great job. I don't ain't to mess up the signature already with the stack of stuff I'm working on. My man, Ron. Blah, blah, blah. Rebel without a cause. Where's the countdown timer? Yeah, for the infomercial. What's that guy's name? Ron Papel?
Popeil.
Ron Popeil. So I read a book about Ron Popeil. I should have known his name. So I read the book. Well, it wasn't a book, but he was a chapter in a book about him. He's the guy that Set It and Forget. He's the infomercial king. Like, he dominated the infomercial world better than anybody. And an interesting thing about him, that so his wife went to prison for trying to murder him. Did you know this? Yes. She tried to murder him, failed, went to prison for attempted murder. Of course, he gets divorced. She gets out of prison. He marries her again. So he married the woman who went to prison for trying to murder him again. There. Aren't you glad you stuck around? Can you imagine if you left early? All the people that left early don't realize that Ron Popeil did that.
They didn't know that. And they also didn't know about the secret item on the cart.
The secret item on the cart.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So after we sign these, I'm going to go ahead and log out.
Tell them one more time about the secret item.
Yeah, last chance. The secret item, if you want to order, no one in the world but you guys will have these. You're literally the only people that have these. Gateway Wizards Tour Series with the Tour Series stamp, but it says Wizard instead of Berg. All you got to do, and this is just the thank you for sticking around for so long, because I'm just mind blown. Go to the miscellaneous category on my website, scottstokely.com. Well, scottstokely.net is where you find the store, but when you go into the store, scottstokely.com, select additional payment, and then add 20 of the additional payments. They're $1 a piece, but you can click to just add 20 per disc. That includes shipping, so it's basically like $15 for a disc because shipping's included in this. You can order as many as you want, but they're $20 a piece. And then when you get them, you can help spread the word by leaking on websites or leaking around that there's Tour Series Wizards coming out. But do it covertly so I don't find out that you told people, like you're just sharing a secret with them, because people, like, they dig that stuff. So do that. Help spread the word, but you can order those.
And be sure to add the signature
Steve
session.
and Antoine is still trying to process the Ron Popeil story. I know, it's one of the best stories. Like I've put up with a lot in relationships. Like, I think most of us have. Never attempted murder. That's like, I think I draw the line. I think attempted murder is where I'm like, I don't think that's gonna fly. Okay. Someone just ordered 4 Wizards. What plastics is the Wizard? And I think they're SS, but you're just going to have to consider the Wizards like mystery box items, because we haven't gone through them. We haven't inventoried them. We'll actually be, as we're inventorying them in, like, we'll be like selling them and making a note to add the inventory. Like, it's not even like organized yet. They're literally not for sale. So it's just no color choices or anything. It's just what, like, called a mystery box. But I think the ones we've seen have been SS, which is ironic because that's my initials too. Would you grow up into?
If you could.
Oh, if you could, would you grow up into? Who would I grow up into? I'm not going to grow up. Harry Potter plastic?
Jason can't find the wizard. You have to go to the miscellaneous.
No, there are no wizards on there. They're not for sale yet. You have to go to the miscellaneous section and just add $20 for the signature session. Add $20 of the miscellaneous payments. They're $1 a piece. You also have to add the signature session, which is $1. But then you have to just add $20 in additional payments. Just put it under additional payments, and we'll know what they're for, because no one else is selecting additional payments.
And once this is done, no one else will.
Hypothetically, would you choose to be a young gun in the current disc golf area, or would you not change a thing? You know, I have never in my entire life ever been happier and more secure than I am at this point in my life. And I would trade every single thing in it to be younger. Easy. Slam dunk. There's nothing better than being younger. In my opinion, I wouldn't trade you.
Yeah. Sure.
But no, I there's nothing I wouldn't give to be younger. It has nothing to do with being on tour. You know, I'm 52 years old, and you know, that's not old, but it's not young. I'd rather have more years in front of me than behind me. So, but what I am trying to do is maximize every single year I got. All right, good night, Joe. I will do more live streams for sure. We're getting down to 77. I think I can log out in just a minute. I say when I get to 40, but we're almost, like, we have a whole set of stuff to pull still. You can keep bringing them in. Yep, I'm still, but the stacks are getting smaller. But that's just wild. I'm going to be over 60 division next year. Yeah. Yeah. I like being me at my age, 54, wouldn't trade it. And that's awesome. I'm not suggesting that's, oh, well, thank you. Tell Susan I said hi. Again, I'll make her cry again. Would I consider an additional clinic day when I'm Charlotte in October? I don't know, but get on my list at scottstokely.net. Get on the mailing list. And when you're on the mailing list, you'll be notified of everything. I wish I could be 45 again. Travis, I am not. How can I ever get tired of signing discs? I've been signing for 4.5 hours. But the second I complained about this, like I would be, I said this before, I'd be the biggest douchebag in the world if I complained about my arms getting tired from autographing discs and making money all night. Give me a break. Like, that would be so crappy of me. I feel so lucky to be in this position, and so lucky that so many people out there follow what I do and like my videos and are following the story. So if I was tired, I ain't telling you. I'm honestly having so much fun. It's like, it's so stupid. Thanks, man. All right. I see everybody, people starting to tune out, which is perfect because we're not towards the end of signing. We're getting, I think the person who's setting me up has stopped bringing stuff in so we can take a food break, and then we're going to come back and have like 2 hours more to sign. All right. Thanks, Daisy Air. No problem. He just placed an order for a non-existent gateway disc. Yeah, I don't know where you guys get the idea that it's gateway disc coming out. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's wild. But this is so cool. Talk to you soon. All right, man. Thanks. Thank you, guys. I appreciate everything. I got 1, 2, 3. I got 8 books and 2 more discs to sign, and then we'll cut out. It is, God, I don't like, I shouldn't be drinking milkshakes, but I think I earned it tonight. I think I'm gonna go for it. Maybe even a chili dog too. Actually, I only ate 1 meal today, didn't I?
Oh yeah.
So I've only eaten once today.
You're gonna make up for it.
Yeah, NorCal for life. Forgot to add a signature dollar to my wizard. Yeah, we'll know that the wizard's a signature disc though. So yeah, I think if I only ate 1 meal today, I think I could probably. We'll be at DDO. All right, this is great. I did not see a signature. Now we'll sign all the wizards to come in. 100%, all of those will be signed. MA4 and 33 met like 15 years ago. Boys here make me feel old. I know, right? It's the kids, the 30-year-olds are making me feel old this year. They're all so dang good, but so worth it. Sports just so booming right now. Absolutely fantastic. All right. Yeah, I'll see you at Caliber. Thank you. Yep. Thank you, guys. All right. I got 6 more books. Then I'm closing out. So if anybody has anything, last questions or last requests, now's the time. Nobody? Does anybody want me to roll up my sleeves and, like, you know, kiss the biceps? Oh my God. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've worked really hard. I even worked out for 2 hours this afternoon. I have not gotten tired of working out. I mean, it's not, I don't enjoy it, but I know, right, Ron? No, I didn't do it, Ron. I didn't do it. I talked about it. Can you give a young golfer a piece of advice in dealing with the mental side of disc golf? I see many guys losing on the course. You cannot control the outcome of a throw. All you have are probabilities to work with. All you can do is step up and do the thing you practiced, and the results are going to be what the results are. You cannot control results. If you could, then you would never miss, because why would you miss if you have control? Right? You don't have control. All you can do is step up and execute, and that's it. You can't affect the outcome. At the end of the day, it's still a game. My God, I mean, right now, in the world, there's so many real problems out there. A bad golf shot's not a real problem. It's so easy to say, but it's so true. But even if you can't help the fact that you're just blowing up inside, you buy $21 signatures for the wins. No, don't buy the signatures. You buy additional payments. You click 20 of the additional payments, and then you have to buy one of the signatures. We'll figure it out if it comes in, though. Yeah, please do. Hit me up about the special needs. I'm happy to help. But here's the other thing for the young players out there if they're blowing up. It does not matter how you feel inside. If you're a professional, you should still behave a certain way. Inside, you could be pulling your hair out. It's still not how you should act. It's not in golf, in my opinion. Now, everyone's different, and I'm not judging other people for them. Everybody's got to do things their own way. But I personally think that you should carry yourself with composure when you play. Holy shit, you bought the 20 signatures. We're going to know what. No, that's okay. We're not if you bought 20 signatures, we know what you bought. We'll figure that one out. Promise. Let's see. That's so funny, though. Hey, yeah, you are really that good to be. Yeah, I mean, I think that as well, Ron, but I don't necessarily say it. Let's see. What did we say? You are so good. Inspire me to question, do you pose soft or hard plastic? So I'm experimenting. No, there's no best plastic for putting. It's whatever feels best for you is right. It's like choosing your putter or choosing your grip. You cannot have a one-size-fit-all for grip, putter choice, plastic type, because we're all different. So what feels grippy to me might feel slick to somebody else because they have less oil on their fingers or they have rougher fingertips. So there can't be a universally correct putter or putter plastic type. You really got to figure out what works. Yeah. And we'll let them know as far as if that player blows up all the time. Even Nico doesn't blow up all the time when he plays. When it happens, it makes coverage but you're not seeing the 100 times that it didn't happen. That's not the way players are out there. It's just not. So I wouldn't tell them that that's not the way players behave on tour. They just don't. All right. So wondering, what do you think about him? About Nico? Yeah, I love Nico. Nico's one of my favorite people out there. He's a really good guy. I like Nico. I care about Nico. He's a good person. And he just loses his mind on occasion. But, it's sports. The thing about Nico you have to remember is that he's not bad for disc golf. He doesn't hurt the sport. He's somebody that people want to watch. You can watch him because you're rooting for him or because you're rooting against him. Either way, if you're watching because he's playing, that's good for disc golf. But Nico's a good person. Nico's a great guy. He'll give you the shirt off his back. He'll help you. He'll be nice to you. He'll work with your kids. Love Nico. Oh, by the way, yeah, Greg Hosfeld. Yeah, Greg Hosfeld. I love Greg. I've known Greg since like the early to mid 80s, and he's a great man. He's a really good person. He's a world champion. He's a great course designer. He knows his stuff. So, all right, you guys, I think we're going to tune out. I'm going to go. We're almost at 5 hours. Oh, my God. This was so much fun. You have no idea. Like, I had so much fun, and I'm so flattered that everybody hung out. I'll do it again if people think this is fun. I'm 100% into doing this more. But, yeah, I'm going to go tune out. Thank you all.
Last chance, one more time.
Last chance. Get the wizards. Remember, if you want to get a wizard, or if you order any discs after we hang up tonight, you change your mind, or you go get permission from your spouse to order more discs. If you order them tonight, they'll get signed tonight, but it's got to be tonight.
And you got to add the signature.
And you got to add the signature session, or else they're not going to get signed. You have to end this. I'm not playing this weekend. I'll be playing the weekend afterwards. But I'm glad everybody had fun, and I think that's it. Yep. Thanks, everyone.